We are live.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to welcome everybody to the Township of Georgian Bay Planning Council of Monday, April 12th. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. I see that we have a long list of attendees that are watching us at this time, so I'm hoping that we give you a reasonable amount of entertainment for this Monday morning with a bit of rain outside and everything. I want to acknowledge that we are on the lands traditionally occupied by Indigenous peoples. They continue to care for this land. They continue to shape our township. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today in guiding our decisions and our actions. Miigwech. Council, does anyone have any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflicts with our code of conduct that they feel that they should declare at this time? I'm seeing no hands raised, so let's move on from there. Moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council adopts the consent agenda. Whoa, do I got the wrong package here? Shall we say, be it resolved that the council adopt the agenda, the planning council agenda of Monday, April 12th. All those in favor? And that is carried. The first item on our agenda is a public meeting held under the authority of the Municipal Act in regards to hang on here. Let me get the right speech in front of me.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Bocheck.
Yes, sir.
We were not asked if there's any errors or omissions that we'd like to address before the meeting starts.
My apologies. Is there some change you believe should be made to the agenda?
Yes, item 8A. I'd like to just make a comment on that I don't believe that is the will of council as it is stated in the resolution. And I would like an amendment to the wording of the resolution wherever the word council is used, it to be replaced with Councillor Cooper and Council Hazelton.
I think that's an
it is
item
not the will. I'm sorry, it is not the will. It's certainly not my will, the way it reads in the resolution, that council has identified issues with environmental issues. And I don't think the rest of council was involved in writing that resolution, so how can they include us in it?
Councillor, I believe that's a discussion we should have when we get to that item. At this point, we're just approving that the item is on the agenda. At the time of when we discuss that item, I'm sure there will be a discussion around the motion or the resolution and whether or not we pass it.
My understanding that before the agenda is adopted, that any errors of omission should be taken care of, but I'm fine waiting till the item comes up.
Ms. Way, you wanted to comment on this?
I was just going to agree with you, Your Worship, that the specific incidences that Councillor Bocheck has referenced could be addressed once we're at that item, but adopting the agenda is us agreeing to the fact that we're going to address it today.
Councillor Bocheck, you're okay with that?
I am. It's just that if the amendments aren't made, I'm going to motion that that item be removed from the agenda. And I have, I'm sure I'll have councillors that would second the motion.
Okay. Well, that discussion, I'm afraid we're going to have to wait until we get through a few other items first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Item 5 on our agenda is a public meeting held under the authority of the Municipal Act in regard to Shore Road closings. This morning, there is a public meeting scheduled for a Shore Road closing. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed Shore Road closing being considered. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaw and provide for any other information that is relevant to the applications and staff will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to speak and provide comments to the bylaw being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address for the record. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this to be a public meeting pursuant to Municipal Act 2001, Section 25, as amended to deal with the following proposed Shore Road closing bylaw. SRC-20/10, Province of Ontario, McMaster Lake. To the clerk.
Notice of this public meeting was published in a newspaper and notice was posted on the municipal website at least 20 days prior to today's meeting.
Thank you. And to our staff.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council.
Good morning, Mr. Hobson.
I'm here today to present you with the application for the Shore Road closing 20-10 McMaster Lake. I'm just going to share my screen, prepared a little slideshow, but it is disabled by the host. So one moment.
Should be good to go now. Apologies.
Thank you. So this is the subject land. So this is an aerial shot, fairly zoomed out to show you where McMaster Lake is located. You can see Highway 400 running there to the left of it. As we get in a little bit closer to the lake, we can see the area zoomed in. There's no development around the lake, and the application is looking for the whole shore road around the lake. The applicant wishes to purchase the land as part of a settlement claim between the Watauga First Nation and the federal and provincial governments. It's 76,000 square meters at $8 per meter in accordance with township bylaws and policies for a total purchase price of $609,840 plus HST. In the next slide, you'll see the survey and a zoomed in area. And again, it's just highlighting that it is the whole shore road allowance. And again, there is no development around that lake whatsoever. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to address them now.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Are we aware of any members of the public, Madam Clerk, that might want to speak to this matter?
In attendance, we have Laura Knight Heidman, who is the implementation coordinator for negotiations branch for the Ministry of Indigenous Affairs.
And do we know if he wishes, do you wish to speak to this matter, Ms. Heidman?
No, I'm simply attending to answer any questions that council may have on this matter.
Well, thank you very much. Then, council, any questions? Councilor Jarvis.
I may have missed something. Who is the applicant on this?
The applicant is actually the province of Ontario through Her Majesty the Queen.
Ah, okay. Thank you very much.
Councilor Rienko, followed by Councilor Cooper, please.
I got a couple of questions. The first one is that going back 10, 12 years ago, I was on the local committee for the water land claim. And I don't realize that, maybe I made a mistake here, but how far north did that land claim go? I didn't think it went as far as McMaster Lake. Does it go beyond McMaster Lake, or is that the end of it?
Ms. Heidman.
Yes, so it actually ends just north of that at the municipal boundary between the two townships.
Okay, that's my error. Like I say, I remember the boundary from many years ago, and I didn't think it went that far. Now, is the claim is the claim settled now, or is this is still continuing on? It's like it's been 12 years since I've been on it, and whatever. Is this still continuing? Or?
Yes, the agreement was ratified and signed by the parties in 2003, and we are currently implementing that agreement. There was a provision in the agreement that should the Wattamohawks First Nation acquire a piece of patented property on McMaster Lake, Ontario would seek to acquire the remaining shore road allowance around the lake and transfer that along with Ed, so that there was a continuity of lands for the First Nation. First Nation did acquire that private property and now holds it in trust, awaiting for it to be added to the reserve.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. And my last question is, there's quite a bit of money coming in here, I guess, to our staff. This 600, some $1,000. That's a heck of a chunk of change. What is our plans for that kind of money?
If possible, I'd like to defer this question to Ms. Boutsiette.
Ms. Boutsiette.
Through your worship, we anticipated this revenues at the 2021 budget stage. And so the revenues are included in our budget, and 500,000 of that 600,000 is already earmarked to be moved into reserves. And the 100,000 is just going to flow through our operation budget.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier. Just a couple of quick questions. So it's just to be completely clear, the Ontario government is paying out these funds, correct, Laura? And secondly, I just wanted to understand what the development rights may or may not be around this lake, given that the whole shore road allowance has been purchased. Are there any restrictions, planning restrictions, development restrictions? I need to understand that as well.
So yes, the Government of Ontario equally shares in the implementation costs with the Government of Canada. And so we are paying for this, the Crown is, as part of the implementation of the settlement agreement. Ultimately, these lands, along with the remaining settlement lands, will be transferred to Canada for addition to reserve. And any planning then is subject to federal law. The lands will be subject to federal law and won't come under provincial control.
Thank you for that. If I could just clarify those. So what would federal law, what sort of oversight would there be from a federal perspective? Could you clarify that for me, please? Thank you.
Well, I'm not so sure that I could provide much more clarity to it. There have been recent changes where First Nations can choose to come under a new self-management regime of lands known as the First Nation Land Management Act. And while WADA has not sought to become part of that, it is in theory potential in the future that they may seek to do so. This would provide them with the ability to develop their own land code, which is very, very similar, although I would be careful not to suggest that it had complete harmonization with a municipal kind of a government structure with an official plan and zoning bylaw. It does give First Nations that power to create that sort of a planning regime whereby they would put into place those sorts of planning controls. But again, at this point, WADA does not come under that sort of a provision. And so I wouldn't be able to speak to what federal law might provide on that land, as I'm not a representative from the federal government.
Thank you very much, Laura. That helps somewhat. Thank you.
Any other questions from council? I have one question, Ms. Heidman, if I may. You mentioned that the land claim goes to the northern edge of the township. I'm presuming you are referring to the geographical township of Gibson, not the township of Georgian Bay.
No.
So it's the former township of Gibson. And if I'm not mistaken, that line's immediately north of McMaster Lake?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Just to the very north is the boundary between Gibson and I think it's Freeman, is it not?
I believe so. Okay, I just wanted that clarified. Otherwise, I think our residents in MacTier might be a little concerned.
Yes, no, sorry.
Okay, I appreciate that. Council, any other questions? The resolution in front of me reads Moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council pass the closing bylaw 2021-016 to stop up, close, and convey part of the original shore road allowance around McMaster Lake in front of lots 5 and 6, concession 13 and 14, and in front of the original road allowance between lots 5 and 6, concessions 13 and 14, geographic township of Gibson, designated as Part 1, 35R-26-428, now in the township of Georgian Bay, for the purchase price of $609,840 plus HST. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Heidman, for your input. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and I'll be leaving you now. Thank you again.
Thank you. Well, that ends the public meeting under the Municipal Act. And now we switch into a public meeting held under the authority of the Planning Act. And therefore I get to recite some more verbiage for you once again. This morning, there is a public meeting scheduled for 3 proposed zoning bylaw amendments. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. Z21-01, Orlando, Z21-04, OBD Developments, and Z21-02, Coburn. To Madam Clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the representative owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or a description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay Official Plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the local planning appeals tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
All right, well, thank you very much. Before we get into the first item under this, I noticed that we have a long list of attendees, and I would just like to remind our attendees and our council that this is an opportunity for the public to express opinions and questions in regard to the applications. The council will not be making a decision at this time on these matters, but rather all information collected will be considered by staff along with any other reports they may seek out before any decisions are made. First on our list, zoning bylaw amendment Z21-01 for Orlando or Two Island 1710 Georgian Bay. To our planner, Ms. Lemieux.
Morning, everybody. Just going to share my presentation here. So our first public meeting is in regards to the lands located at Two Island 1710 within the Honey Harbor community, and the owner is Mr. Dale Orlando. So just to provide council an update, as we had some letters come in late this morning or up till late this morning. Of course, since Development Services Report 2021-28 was submitted to For the purposes of the agenda, a number of additional written correspondence has been received, totaling letters of objection 19, letters of support 8. The District of Muskoka provided no concerns with the application so long as clearance from the MECP is obtained. And also we did get a letter from the Cognition Cottagers Association requesting for an additional public meeting to be held once additional relevant information is provided. But it is important to note here that the lands are located within the Honey Harbor community. However, of course, the property does, it is on the border of both communities. So that is why we got probably the letter from the Cognition Association. So here is a overview of the subject land's location. As you can see, it's located just south of Weber Island. And again, this dotted line here is the community borders between Honey Harbor and Cognition. Here we have an aerial overview of the subject lands. As you can see here, there is one dwelling located here, another dwelling and bunkie located here within the middle of the property, and then a sports court to the east. So a general overview of the policy framework related to these lands. The lands are considered rural lands under the provincial policy statement, waterfront under the district official plan. Within the township official plan, as you can see here, it is considered residential within the Honey Harbor waterfront community plan. And zoning bylaw currently zones the property SRI2, which stands for Shoreline Residential Island Type 2. So the purpose and effect of the application in front of the community today is to rezone the subject lands to a site-specific Shoreline Residential Island Type 2 exception zone to recognize the existing legal non-conforming use and allow for the redevelopment of one of the existing dwellings in accordance with the provision. So in effect, and in some more layman terms, essentially the applicant is looking to demolish one of the existing 2 dwellings and then rebuild that dwelling in a new location on the subject lands that would meet all of the setbacks, et cetera, of the zoning bylaw. So here we have an overview of the survey submitted for the property. As you can see here, the general location of the existing dwelling to be demolished, and then the proposed new location of the dwelling and septic system over here to the east of the property. And a bit more zoomed in here, again, here's that existing cottage and bunkie area. So the cottage would be demolished and then rebuilt over in this area here, as well as this is the septic envelope that was provided on the survey. So in regards to the application process thus far, as you can see here, essentially the application has been submitted under pre-consultation. At the time that it was submitted, it was provided as complete, and therefore it was then circulated to agencies and the public, which has created now all the letters that you see, council in support, objection, agency letters, etc. And right now we are currently at the public meeting stage. So from this stage, we will review any comments provided by the agencies and the public, as well as council's questions or concerns. And we will do a more thorough review of the application and a policy review. And then a staff report will come back to council with some recommendation from staff. And then we will move forward to a potential decision stage. So this is where the application stands at this time. The application's agent is also in attendance and would like to also share a presentation. So I will load that in the meantime, but Mr. Mayor, that's the extent of my presentation. And we will have Mr. Pescuzo ready to go here when you are willing.
All right, so you've already answered my first question, whether the applicant wishes to speak to the matter, and I'm gathering, at least through their agent, they do. So let's proceed to that, please.
Great. Andrew, I'm just going to start your presentation here.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Just confirming that everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Andrew Pescuzo. I'm a registered professional planner here today on behalf of the owners of the property, Dale and Meredith Orlando. My presentation will be brief. Obviously, as you've announced, we're here today to hear from the neighbors with any concerns or support for the application. So I'm going to move directly to my second slide. Victoria, if you could move me to the second slide, that would be great. This is the application team. So you can see the owner, the engineer of record on the file is Capes Engineering. Obviously, I'm here today on behalf of Dale and Meredith, representing the planning section of the team. And in addition, there's been a recent engagement of an environmental consultant, an ecologist. TerraStory Environmental has been retained to coordinate any environmental concerns related to the property, which the district and the ministry have recently provided some comments on. So just while I'm there on that point, the environmental consultant has engaged the ministry and is looking to understand, obviously, what environmental reports, the details and scope of the studies that are required in order to provide justification for what we're proposing. This slide has already been shown previously, but I would just highlight it in a bit more detail. It indicates the newer cottage that was constructed in the 70s, the bunkie or sleeping cabin central to the island, and as well as the log cabin directly to the east, which was built or constructed in the early 1900s. Next slide, please. This just provides a little bit more property information just for clarity. So there's obviously no road access. The site is located, or the island's located approximately 4 kilometers north of Honey Harbor. Referencing the area of the property at 1.58 hectares. In addition, there's obviously an existing floating dock, which could be seen in the aerial photo. And then the date and size of the existing structures on the property is listed in this slide. Next slide, please. So as has been indicated, the proposal is to create a new 325 square meter dwelling to be constructed outside of the 20-meter setback from the shoreline, as well as to construct a new shared septic system to be constructed in accordance with the building code and outside of the 30-meter setback from shoreline, which was required by the township's zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. So in terms of the new locations, I'll actually just get you to jump to the next slide, please, whoever's indicating, thanks. And this drawing indicates that the proposed dwelling would be outside of the 20-meter shoreline setback, and that the proposed septic system would be located outside the 30-meter setback from the shoreline. Next slide, please. We've already referenced, or Victoria has already gratefully referenced, the shoreline residential island type zoning on the property. The next slide shows how the provisions can be met by the application with regard to lot area, lot coverage, the setbacks that I've referenced in the previous slides of 20-meter setback to buildings, as well as 30-meter setback to septic system and maximum building height of 8 meters. So the provisions of the bylaw can be met in those instances. Next slide, please. What I'm presenting before you here on this slide is the rationale for the amendment, which is the relief from 1 dwelling to 2. There are currently 2 habitable structures on the property, 2 buildings with kitchens. In essence, there are also 2 currently habitable structures and 1 sleeping cabin within 20 meters of the shoreline. So as has been explained previously, the proposal will be to reduce this to 1 within 20 meters. There's also a visual impact reduction by removing the log cabin, which is within a very short distance to the shoreline right now and is fairly exposed to view from the surrounding island. In addition, there will be the relocation of the septic system outside of the 30-meter setback. Obviously, it must be constructed to building code. And on the next slide, I'll reference the bullet of similar previous amendments, which exist within the township's current zoning bylaw now. You can see them there where 2 dwellings are permitted per lot. I expect that these are very similar situations where there's an existing legal non-conforming situation. Next slide, please. So the alternative option that I presented to my client and obviously is available to them is that they would remove all the buildings and structures on the property and replace them with 1 new large dwelling on the property, as well as 2 sleeping cabins, which, just for clarity, would be permitted without a zoning bylaw amendment according to the township zoning bylaw now, provided obviously all the provisions of the zoning bylaw is met. And then the other alternative would be to renovate and upgrade the existing older cottage and the sleeping cabin, similar to many other examples within the township. So I've obviously presented those options to my client, and we are proceeded through a pre-consultation as well as an application to the municipality. And we're obviously very interested in hearing from neighbors as to whether they have concerns, which have clearly come in, as well as the potential for support from existing neighbors. And in the end, we're interested in hearing how what council's opinion on this is as well too. Next slide, please. That brings us to the conclusion of my presentation. Obviously here to answer any questions on behalf of the Merediths, and obviously continue to listen in to be interested in what's going to be said from concerned neighbors as well as members of council. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation. I imagine that Ms. Way, we may have 1 or 2 members of the public who want to verbalize their thoughts on this application.
Yes, sir. But first, I would like to advise council what the correspondences that we've received.
All right, thank you. And Councilor Wink, I saw your hand. So once Ms. Way has done her correspondence, I'll get to you before we get to the public.
So 8 letters of support were received from Bob Howell, Janet Howell, Carrie Sullivan, Jay Scott, Joseph Castelli, Marilyn Weber, Michelle Krizmanich, and Wilma Amadella, and Anthony Dean. Let's just go with that. Sorry, my apologies. 18 letters of objection were received from Bob Broughton, Al Will, Anna Cook, Dana and Douglas Turnbull, Margaret and Douglas Carr, George and Helen Will, John and Susan Maynard, Kathy Cooper, John Paul Parkin, Andrea Ronan, David Batten, Jack and Lisa Maynard, Rachel Forner, Imre Zalin, Walter Thompson, Robert Crossman, Jane and David Anderson, and John Broadham. 1 letter of no objection was received from the District of Muskoka.
All right, thank you very much. Councilor Yanko, did you want to make some comment before we hear from the public? Because obviously council normally would comment afterwards.
Well, normally we actually go to council first and ask if there's any clarification on the presentation, so everybody's clear on what we're actually looking at. And my question of clarification is the existing septic system on the main cottage. It says on the report here that it's not quite sure where it is, and I find that very curious that. It says approximate location of the existing septic system unverified. Don't we even know where the existing septic system is on this property?
Yes, because
Yeah, if I may, Your Worship, just for clarification on that, the western, I'll call it the western portion of Powwow, the survey that you could see on some of those slides there did not ground truth exactly where the septic system is. However, I'd like to be clear to everyone that it obviously is located in that approximate area. It's just that the dimensions of it obviously were not recorded at the time.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Ms. Way, should I leave it with you to bring members of the public in if any of them are indicating they wish to speak?
Yes, certainly. So what I would ask the members of the public, because we do have multiple members for different public meetings in attendance, ensure that your first and last name are clearly identified so we know who you are, and raise your virtual hand and we will bring you in 1 at a time to make public comments based off the order of those that raise their hand. So if you would like to make comment to this application, I ask now that you raise your virtual hand.
I'm also going to ask for the members of the public, for the sake of brevity, and not that we don't take all the morning with this, if somebody else has already made the same comments that you wish to make, please don't repeat them. If you want, you can simply say, I agree with the prior speaker or something like that. But let's hear from the initial speakers, please.
Absolutely. I'm bringing in Al Will. Are you able to speak, Mr. Will?
I think I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go.
Okay. My name's Al Will. My cottage property is 15178 Georgian Bay Shore. Good morning, Mayor Coutier, councillors, township staff, and concerned cottage neighbors. My cottage is to the east of Powwow. I want to address the issue of swimmer and boater safety. I have an extensive background in boating and swimming safety, including being a former water ski instructor, certified canoeing instructor, sailing instructor, swimming instructor, high-level lifeguarding instructor, and examiner. I'm the past chair of the Canadian Safe Boating Council and served on both the National Safe Boating Council for Transport Canada and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. I worked professionally for 12 years as the executive director of Ontario Sailing, which offers safe sailing programs to yachts and sailing clubs in Ontario, plus children's camps, such as YMCA Camp Kitchaquana and YMCA Camp Queen Elizabeth. Locally, I was the sailing coordinator for the Honey Harbor Association from inception in 2016 to 2019. Speaking as a neighbor directly east of Powwow, my family focuses on non-powered watercraft. My children and grandchildren have access to numerous kayaks, a canoe, 2 paddleboards, small sailing dinghies. Powwow protects our waterfront from the west wind. We regularly, if not daily, use the narrow cornering channels around Powwow to head out towards the open on both the north and south ends of the island. For smaller grandchildren, adventuring around Powwow is often the goal of the trip. Although not as busy as Tomahawk Channel, the Powwow channels are principal routes for boaters going in and out of Canyon Bay, and a good chunk of the recreational cruisers use the South Channel between Powwow and the mainland en route to Good Harbor on Weber Island. Powwow's plan for replacing the log cabin with a cottage 10 times the size must be for the intended use of more people. I'm assuming this will mean more boat traffic and in all likelihood, more boats. One must use extreme caution going around Powwow at all times. Permitting increased boating activity does not make sense. It only makes the area more dangerous. Referring to the official plan, section F5819, and quoting, the level of boat traffic has created concerns about shoreline integrity, public safety, and compromised recreational amenities, which have resulted from factors such as large weights and extensive speeds. Since boat traffic is partly related to land use, these policies are directed at ensuring the land use in Honey Harbor waterfront community does not exacerbate the existing situation. I repeat, does not exacerbate the existing situation. I urge you to refer to the purpose and the goals of the official plan. Please use the existing bylaws and official plan as the benchmark to judge the application for zoning bylaw amendment. I understand that applications for the Committee of Adjustment is used to handle minor variances. When dealing with applications for planning bylaw application, and when there are official objections to the proposed amendment, any dealings to a site-specific or spot zoning should be avoided until such changes are considered in an updated official plan and bylaws. and with full public participation. Please be careful permitting 2 substantial cottages on one lot and the precedent that's set. Given the objections raised and the work that the planning department needs to do to conclude on, the next time the application comes before the planning council, that meeting should also be a public meeting, so neighbors can once again provide input. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Will. I don't see any counselor raising their hand, so let's go to our next member of the public, please.
Bringing in Bob Brodden.
Mr. Brodigan, are you able to unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Township Georgian Bay Council members and concerned cottagers. My name is Robert Brodigan. I want to express my thanks for the dedicated service of all the council members and of course of the mayor. I also want to thank the staff of the Township of Georgian Bay for coordinating the flow of information that made this Zoom call possible. My wife, Tassie, and I are property owners on Georgian Bay. We're at 15186 Georgian Bay Shore. Our cottage is approximately 500 meters southeast of Powwow Island. I would like to express my opposition to the application being discussed today. I do not believe the application is consistent with the spirit or the intent of the township's office plan or bylaws. However, I want to focus on the issue only of water quality. The application does not offer adequate information giving the topography of the island in addition to the lower elevation of the center of the island. Wastewater, according to the proposal, would be pumped from the existing cottage to the newly proposed septic system. This poses a likelihood of dangerous spills or leaks of untreated wastewater within a few meters of the high water mark. The engineering necessary to plan a compliant septic system has either not been done or it has not been illustrated in the materials that were made available. I would ask that the application be rejected until proof positive is offered for construction of a compliant septic system for both the existing 1,400 square foot cottage as well as the newly proposed 3,500 square foot cottage. I would also ask that attention be given to compliance of transport of wastewater being pumped across the narrowest portion of the island from the west end to the newly proposed septic system on the east end of the island. Given the objections raised with regard to this application and the work the planning department will address as a result of the issues raised at this meeting, we would ask that the next time this application comes before the planning council, that meeting should also be a public meeting so neighbors can once again provide input. I want to thank everyone for listening to my concerns and submit my report. Bob Brodigan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brodigan. I'm seeing no hands raised, so Ms. Wade, do we have any other members of the public who wish to speak?
Certainly, we have George Will.
Mr. Will, can you unmute yourself?
I think we managed to do it.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this proposed bylaw amendment. My name is George Will. My wife and I own the cottage at 15034 Georgian Bay Shore, directly south of the harbor on Powwow. I strongly oppose this application and refer you to our submission dated March 29th, which I believe has been provided to you. I trust it will be seriously considered, so I will focus on new matters. From my experience volunteering on the Waste Management Committee, I found to move projects forward, the recommendations coming out of our committees have to be direct, succinct, and specific. The recommendation section of the Development Services Department report, the third and last paragraph, is much too general. For example, given the number of objections and letters of support, staff should not just, and I quote, consider the comments received for Z21-01, close quotes, but be directed to consider, comment, and conclude with specific reference to our official plan and bylaws. In addition, I have the following recommendations. First, staff should be directed to prepare a map of the subject area showing the location of the properties in support and opposed to this application relative to Powwow Island. My guess is all the properties that are within 800 meters of Powwow on all sides oppose the application, except for one property that may be owned by relatives of the applicants. Secondly, the status of the log cabin is in question in a number of the objections, as it was in evidence presented at the OMB meeting and decision in 2013. Staff should be directed to review the township records of building permits, correspondence, etc., the OMB evidence and decision, as well as township precedents, such as the division of Wabanokan Island in 2007 to examine closely if the log cabin has in fact continually been used as a separate dwelling as defined in our bylaws. Furthermore, if the log cabin is found to qualify as a dwelling, why does bylaw section 4.11 not limit the footprint of any new construction? Lastly, staff should also be directed to research generally accepted good planning principles on the merits of site-specific zoning relative to this application, and why approving this bylaw amendment does not create a precedent entitling any property owner in the waterfront community, in fairness, to two large cottages if the area of the lot exceeds the area of Powwow of 1.58 hectares. In summary, to rely on bylaw section I.3.5 sub B to allow the proposed alternative site development on the same lot ignores the overriding intent of the official plan and bylaws. To retain the character of the waterfront community, we consistently need to maintain the principle of one cottage and up to 2 bunkies per lot. Given the objections raised, I would suggest that the next time this application comes before the Planning Council, that meeting should also be a public meeting to hear any further objections. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Will. Ms. Wade, do we have anybody else who wishes to speak?
There are no more hands raised.
All right. Well, I want to say to the public attending this meeting, thank you very much for your participation. It's greatly appreciated. Your input will be seriously considered. I would also like to assure you that all written correspondence will be reviewed by both staff and council, and all those comments taken into consideration when this comes. First, when staff considers the application. Secondly, when it comes before council one more time. With that, I will turn it over to council if there are any questions or comments they have that they would like staff to take into consideration when they prepare their next report. Councillor Cooper, I see your electronic hand.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier. And I just wanted to, I'm not going to repeat all of the excellent points that were raised by the neighbors. I did want to point out that there were quite a number of letters of objection And the thing that I think we need to remember as counselors is that in those letters of objection, we were given very specific planning rationale as to why we should consider their point of view. Whereas I found, for the most part, in the letters of support, not the same degree of planning rationale, but just support. And I think we need to, as decision makers, to remember the importance of using planning rationale as part of our considerations. I think there are a number of issues here that have been mentioned, but especially having two dwellings on one lot is of considerable concern to me. And I call into question the rationale that there are actually two dwellings there. And I think there's some history that indicate there may not be really two dwellings, rather a log cabin that was used more or less as a bunkie. Even if the use has changed recently, there's a long history. I would also like to point out that even if people that are objecting are located outside of the area, I think it's important to remember if this can happen in Honey Harbor planning area, can happen anywhere in coastal Georgian Bay. And I think all of us need to be concerned about the intensification that this may represent. So I guess what I would like to say is that I think we need to give some consideration to perhaps another option, and that is that if the main new dwelling was allowed, that we consider perhaps reducing the existing dwelling in size such that it qualifies as a sleeping cabin at 600 square feet. And that might be a way to make it, let's say, more compliant. I also want to echo that I think it's critically important, given that we haven't completed all these studies, that this come back to council, but also to the public so that they can consider all factors, not part of the information. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Not seeing any more hands raised. Oh, there they go. Last minute. I'm not sure who was first, so I'm going to say Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzer. I have a couple of questions, and our planning staff may or may not want to answer them today, but I'd just like to put them on the list for consideration. So I have a knowledge of a neighbor of mine in North Bay who, when faced with needing to replace their septic system, and they are a unique situation of having two cottages on one lot, grandfathered in from a long time ago, but they were forced to put in two septic systems, one for each property. So my question is, what is the governing authority for dwelling units using a single septic system? Is it possible for two dwellings to share a septic system? And what is the authority that governs that? Because my neighbor certainly was forced to put in two septic systems. So the other kind of question related to that is there space on the island to handle two septic systems? So we know that there is one septic system on the west side of the peanut, if you will, handling the old cottage or the new cottage that was built in the 70s. And we don't really know much about it. It probably wouldn't meet today's standards, but it certainly is there. I'm just wondering, does it, is it possible for it to continue to exist, et cetera? Anyway, so those are a couple of questions. I think that we've had some very good input from the neighbors, and one of the things that the neighbors tried to focus on was the OMB decisions that were made, which is a pretty comprehensive case back in 2013. And I'd just like to make one comment if I could, and that is that it appears that the intent of this applicant that was expressed during the course of the OMB hearing in 2013. So that intent of, having two very significant cottages on one island is really the same intent today, but trying to go about it a different way. And maybe I'm missing something here, but if the OMB ruled back in 2013, no, you can't do this, and you knew that when you bought it, and you back in 2013 can't sever the island to achieve what you want, how is this strategy much different than what was being done back then? So questions, if I could just ask you to provide comment on those going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Jarvis.
My questions have been covered by Councillor Hazelton. Thank you very much.
Oh, I love an efficient speaker. I think that's terrific. Any other hands? Okay. I've just had one extra question. Ms. Lemieux, did I see your hand?
I'll speak last. You go with your questions first, sir.
Well, my question to you is, and this is just a clarification, and I don't know if you can provide it now or later. You referred to the current situation as legal non-conforming, and yet you also said that the proposed bylaw, if it were to be passed, would recognize legal non-conforming. So my question basically, and it's perhaps a silly one, but what makes it legal at this point if it hasn't been recognized? We agree it's non-conforming. I think everybody does. Is it just the simple existence make it legal in your mind?
To you, your worship, exactly. So because those structures, and I understand that there have been some questions raised about the use of those structures more recently, and that's something that staff will look into. However, based on our records that we have, i.e., MPAC data, et cetera, those structures were constructed on the property prior to any zoning controls being put in place. So therefore, because the property, as per the records that we have and we've looked into so far through the process, there is two dwellings. So that's where what's there is legal because it was built before zoning came into place. However, to potentially modify anything, that's where the application has to come forward. So essentially through the rezoning, we would be legalizing the legal non-complying.
Okay, understood. I thought that you were going to tell me something like that, but I just want to confirm that.
Yes.
Councillor Cooper.
Sorry to jump back in here. I just wanted to comment and ask Victoria to maybe look into this, and it's pertaining to what you asked Mayor Coetzee, but it specifically was referenced that MPAC data was verifying that there may be two dwellings there. And if you check with MPAC, they don't field verify. They do assessments. Their job is just to do assessments. They don't check with you to see what your permissions are. So we've had other circumstances in the past where MPAC data was used to justify something, and the truth of the matter is that it's really what we have or do not have in our records, and you can tell MPAC that you've got a helicopter pad and you may not have one. So anyway, I just thought I'd raise that point. They sort of take whatever the owner says. Thank you.
Ms. Lemieux.
Through your worship to Councillor Cooper, yes, that is correct. And I just wanted to make mention, of course, to council that staff, due to the ice at the time, have not yet been to site. So that would be part of our site inspection before this were to come back to council for review again. So that will be looked into and understood on the comments about MPAC data. And just to advise your worship, I have provided our clerk, if you did want to, or if it was the choice of council to revise the recommendation in front of you, to modify to request an additional public meeting, just the rewording of subsequent council meeting to be changed to subsequent public meeting. I believe that would be a simple change if council does choose to do so.
Well, may I follow that comment with a question? Who selected the timing of this particular meeting prior to you being on site or any of the other reports being prepared? Was that the choice of the applicant or of staff?
To your worship, it was of staff, based on the additional information that has been requested now. Because of that, essentially the application was circulated to the district, as normally is for zoning amendments. The district has more access to different types of environmental mapping that us at the township, we just don't have. So by the time this meeting was already scheduled, we had the request from the district for that additional information. And once this was scheduled, it felt, we weren't going to stop this, especially given the amount of comments from the public. We didn't want to have to go back and have to put that on the back burner, because again, the control here is now that council does have the ability to schedule another one when that information is public. But it was staff, because again, with rezoning applications, we don't bring forward a recommendation firsthand. We do bring one back. So we felt that it was a reasonable time period for us to now go to site after this public meeting.
All right, thank you. Councillor Cooper, you've already had a couple turns, so I'm going to bypass you at this point and read the motion as it currently reads. And if anybody wants to propose a modification, Councillor Bocek, I have not heard from you and you're waving very friendly at me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to chime in and say that I have no reservations of coming back with a second public meeting on this. I think the planning consultants and the owners have heard quite a bit from their neighbors and a bit from council, and perhaps they're going to take a new view or make some slight changes to their plan. And when they come back, the public should have the ability to review anything new and be able to speak to the matter. So I will support a second public meeting.
All right. And I've already had a thumbs up and a nod, a positive nod. I'll read the resolution as it currently reads. And this is moved by Councillor Jarvis and seconded by Councillor Wienko. So the two of them may be open to a friendly amendment. Be it resolved that the Development Services Report 2021-28 dated April 12th, 2021, with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment application Z2101 be received. And that prior to the consideration of the zoning bylaw amendment by council, a fish habitat impact assessment and a site evaluation report be prepared by qualified professionals, which will be subject to peer review at the applicant's expense by and to the satisfaction of the township's environmental consultant. And that staff be directed to consider the comments received for Z2101, conduct a site visit when weather permits, and prepare a recommendation report and bylaw that will be brought back to subsequent council meeting for consideration. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Wienko.
Since I was one of the constructors of the resolution, I worked very hard on that. I know I did. I'd be very happy to accept a friendly resolution, including a further public meeting on this.
So we'll just replace the word council with public.
That would make sense.
Public meeting. And Councillor Wienko, are you agreeable to?
That was my comment too. So yeah, if it could be amended to a public meeting, I have no problem.
Yeah, Councillor Wienko worked at least as hard as I did on that resolution.
I'm glad that you councilors are working together in these. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my question can be addressed to either our planning director or to our clerk. If there is to be a second public meeting, would then there be a deferral period, or would it not come back to council a month later to have a decision made on it? So we've had this month and then there'd be another public meeting and then we would come to council for a decision. Is that what we're looking at?
Ms. Lemieux.
Through your worship, Councillor Bocek, to be fair, a lot of this will depend on how quickly the applicant and their agent can get the required environmental work done. So that might be in time for the next month. It may not be, Councillor Bocek. So, this might be 2 months out, but the required recirculation to all members of the public within 800 meters will occur again, including anyone who has already sent in correspondence, even if they're outside of that 800 meters, will also be included. So everyone who is here today and has signed up for the meeting will be given 30 days notice before it comes back again.
Well, thank you very much. I think that's a very fair process in this case. I agree. Thank you.
Okay, council, do you need me to read the motion again? What we've changed is that the last part of the last sentence will be brought back to a subsequent public meeting for consideration. Are you prepared to vote? All those in favor? All right, and that is carried. Thank you very much. And thank you again for those who are still attending, all our participants for your interest, and those who spoke especially. We appreciate the input, and all those that wrote in, thank you as well. And if I may, just adding to what Councillor Cooper already observed, greatly appreciate the folks who write in, whether they're for or against anything that's in front of council, with their explanations as to why. It's very helpful when you do that, and we appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Our second item on this part of our agenda, 6B, is Development Services Report 2021-29 in regard to OBD developments, or Oak Bay, and to the planner, please. Ms. Lemieux again?
It is. So I'm just pulling up my, here we go, presentation again. Just going to bring in the applicant's agent as well quickly first. Thank you. Okay. So our next application is zoning bylaw amendment Z21-04 for block 14 Waterside within the Oak Bay development area. There we go. So as you can see here, here's the subject lands outlined in orange. As council is familiar, here is the general location of the overall Oak Bay development within the Port Severn Urban Center in our township. Here we have an aerial image from 2018 of this portion of the subject lands, again, widely noted as Waterside. So some general policy framework of the subject lands. Within the provincial policy statement, this area is located within a settlement area. Within the district official plan, it is considered urban center, as the entire Port Severn area is. In our township official plan, it is considered residential, as you can see here, notated in yellow from the schedule within the Port Severn Urban Center. And within the current zoning bylaw, it is zoned as RM4-3 with a holding provision on it. So the general overview of this application, the purpose and effect is to rezone the subject lands from the existing RM4-3 hold zone to a multiple residential type 4 exception. So essentially the same zoning code, but adding the 3C at the end. So the effect of what that change will do is essentially permit a maximum of 29 total residential units, which would all be in the form of single detached dwellings, and the addition of clarification regarding setbacks that would essentially notate the entire condominium block will be considered as one lot. This is a standard change that has happened in previous phases of Oak Bay. This just allows for staff to better be able to handle when building permits come in, et cetera. So this screenshot here is from the existing RM4-3 site-specific zoning. So as you can see here, block 14 is considered waterside. So this is in red what we're looking at here. So currently in the zoning bylaw, 25 single detached dwellings are permitted and 50 total dwelling units within waterside are permitted. So that change, those extra 25 units were initially intended to be villa type of structures. It is my understanding within the development. So now the proposal is to change it to a total of 29 units. So the total unit count will actually be coming down to 29, and it would only be single detached. So the developers have determined that due to market conditions, single detached dwellings are the best route moving forward for this part of the development. So here you can see the overview of the concept plan as submitted. Again, 29 single detached dwellings here with a stormwater block to this corner here at the end of the cul-de-sac. So public comments received to date, the District of Muskoka is not opposed to the approval of the above application, provided that the holding provision does stay in place, which it would in fact, due to the requirement of municipal water and sewage treatment capacity, which would be a requirement of that hold to be lifted. The Severn Sound Environmental Association was circulated on the application and provided comments that they do not require any additional notices, letters, or requirements from the township's risk management official, which is the SSEA, as they are outside of Section 57 and Section 58 of the Clean Water Act. And we did not receive any written comments from the public. However, I do believe there may be some members of the public who have registered for this meeting. So again, just an overview of where we are at in the process. Today, we are having the public meeting in front of members of council and the public. And council has been provided our staff report, which at this time is for information purposes only. We will consider any comments made today from council and members of the public as we go through our policy review of the application. And when the application comes back for council, staff will provide a recommendation. So the applicant's agent is here in attendance, and she will be able to also make a presentation, and I will get that ready.
Okay. Councilor Bochek.
At this point, just a bit of clarification on the concept drawing that you put up of the layout. It was said that there would be 29 units. However, simple arithmetic and counting up the number of lots on that concept drawing, there seems to be more than 29. Just if you could clarify why that is. Could be that some of those lots are not being developed. I don't know, but it doesn't add up.
Through your worship, Celeste might be able to clarify that when she goes through her presentation. Celeste.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh.
And Celeste, I'll just share your presentation here.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of Planning Council.
Good morning, Ms. Phillips.
Staff and members of the public, hello. I am Celeste Phillips. I'm the planning consultant for Oak Bay Developments, Inc. Also in attendance today, should you have any specific questions on engineering or environment, are the project engineer for Oak Bay, Bill Van Ryn of Tatham Engineering, and Jamie Nairn of Beacon Environmental. Next slide, please. So as many of you know, there are several phases to the Oak Bay development. This is the overall context map showing the various components of Oak Bay. And as Victoria has mentioned, I'm speaking to you today about the waterside phase, which is on the south side of Golf Course Road. It's illustrated in this property on the slide is in yellow, correct? And as Victoria has mentioned, the purpose of the rezoning is to reduce the number of permitted use residential units on this property. So currently 50 are permitted. The request is a reduction to 29. Next slide, please. This aerial photo Victoria has shown you, so I'm just indicating that this is part of the draft plan of subdivision for all of Oak Bay. It's block 14. It's about 5.98 acres in size. It has about 121 meters of frontage on Golf Course Road. Next slide is a couple of photos of the property, and these are taken from Golf Course Road. Next slide, please. And this is the slide that shows that the lands are designated as residential in your official plan. They're outlined in blue on this particular slide. Next slide, please. And they're zoned RM4-3 holding. Next slide, please. And this is the proposed development plan. In this slide, Golf Course Road is on the left-hand side of the slide. There are 29 parts. This is a plan of condominium that was approved in 2008 by the District of Muskoka, and it's known as File C 2008-6. So the plan of condominium has already been approved for these lands. I have made a request on behalf of Oak Bay to the district to red line revise the approved condo plan to reduce the number of units. So what you may see on this slide, Councillor Bochek, are the 29 parts and then the access laneways to each of the single detached residential dwellings. So the format of this type of development is similar to what you see in Woodlands. So whereas we are often familiar with a road with houses each having frontage on that municipal road, this is a private road and a condominium development where the houses are not uniformly set out alongside a roadway. Next slide, please. So this is really just a summary of what's being requested. As mentioned, the current zoning allows up to a maximum of 50 units. And what is now being requested is a maximum of 29. And the villa component has been eliminated in this request so that the only request really is to change the number of single detached dwellings from 25, which is permitted now, to 29. And as Victoria has mentioned, just to clarify how building setbacks are measured under this scenario. In the application process, I have mentioned the red line revision request has been made to the district. The district is holding on that, waiting for the township's position on the rezoning request. And in my presentation material, as part of the application to Victoria, I have provided my opinion that the request to downzone this property is consistent with the provincial policies as well as the district and municipal official plans. And the last slide shows just the block of land, and this is an extract from what would be the rezoning bylaw should council proceed to approve this. This is the proposed rezoning schedule to change the zoning of the lands to permit a maximum of 29 single detached dwellings. And that concludes my presentation. And if you have any questions of me or of Mr. Van Ryn or Mr. Nairn, please feel free to ask.
Ms. Vills, thank you very much for your presentation. Before I go to Councillor Bochek again, Ms. Way, I know that Ms. Lemieux already referenced a correspondence. I don't know if there's any additional correspondence that we should be aware of before we initiate our discussion.
No, there is no correspondence. There may be a couple of members of the public in attendance though, so I do ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak to raise their hands.
I'd appreciate that. And while you're coordinating that, Councillor Bochek, did you have any additional comment you want to make now? Obviously, normally councillors will comment after the public has spoken, but if you had some point of clarification, please go ahead.
Yeah, just points of clarification, and I'll ask Celeste, maybe she could give me a simple answer, because I'm really looking forward to seeing the plan in its finished form, because right now we're not seeing public parking. We're not seeing a snow removal plan, and we're not seeing any health and safety concerns, which I would like to see a report come from our fire services department to make sure that they have no concerns with the plan that you're putting forward. So I'll look forward to that coming back to council, but I just wanted to make you aware that those are concerns. And the last concern that has been presented to me is that we've moved ahead over there with clear cutting of this area, and the concerns of the residents were, by removing all these trees previous to have a plan in place, they want to make sure that the endangered species and the species at risk were taken care of before there was any clear cutting, because we have a migratory fox snake population here. We certainly have the helmet turtles. We have a lot of species of concern in that area And I just want to be able to be sure before we move forward this, that all those concerns for those species at risk were addressed before this clear cutting was done. I thank you, Celeste.
Thank you, Councillor Bocheck. With respect to snow storage, this is a condominium roadway, so road maintenance will be by the condominium corporation. So there's no expectation that the municipality will have any involvement in managing snow clearings or snow storage. That's all managed by the condominium corporation. With respect to species at risk, hopefully Jamie Nairn is on the call here and perhaps can speak if he needs to, but my understanding is that there is annual ongoing monitoring and reports provided to the Ministry of Natural Resources with respect to Oak Bay development, and that was a condition of approval. And I did recently see, I think the most recent report went in the end of last year, so that environmental monitoring is ongoing.
Ms. Lemieux.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to clarify for Councillor Bocheck as well that the application has been also circulated to fire as well and hopefully we will get their comments before anything comes back to council. So we will make sure operations and fire provide you comments.
Thank you, Ms. Lemieux. We've certainly learned from past experiences that some of these things need to be addressed. And although it is the condominiums corporation to make sure that the snow has a place, when it falls and it doesn't have a place, the comments come to council and to our operations department, and somehow we get involved with it. So I just wanted to make sure before the final approval of this that we address those concerns, or that I'm satisfied that the concerns have been addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Mr. Nairn.
Good morning.
Morning.
Start my video. Yeah, just I can answer the questions about the endangered species. Back in 2010, there was a development agreement between Oak Bay and the MNR at the time, which is now the MECP. But there, as Celeste noted, there's a yearly requirement for reporting about the 3 different species that are part of this agreement, and also the silt and erosion control, fencing, and exclusion fencing for each of the species that has to be set up each May and put in place right through till September, wherever there's development on this property. So that becomes part of it. And we're on site to teach all the contractors and people on site about these species and about what happens when they're seen or noticed on site and need to be moved and such. So we're on site all the time, and we're providing yearly reports to the ministry regarding endangered species.
Thank you very much for that information.
Welcome.
Ms. Way, I believe you have 1 or 2 members of the public who wish to speak at this time.
Certainly, I'm bringing in Whitney Miller.
Ms. Miller, please go ahead.
Good morning, Your Worship, council members and staff. My name is Whitney Miller, and I am from 123 Twin Island Trail, representing our family group of various municipal addresses and lots without municipal addresses at the very end of Twin Island Trail. While we are not opposed per se to the reduction of density within this block, we are concerned with some of the references and some materials we've seen floating around to an increase of density overall. We do not want this to be a quid pro quo arrangement where we're just reducing density in this block and increasing in other areas. Furthermore, we've expressed concern last year during the planning process, which also went to the LPAT hearing process, as you'll recall, regarding density, variances to setbacks, proper environmental assessment, to name a few points. We want our opposition to any density increase to remain on the record. In addition, we want to re-emphasize our concern with Golf Course Road volume, both of a pedestrian and a vehicular nature. It does not support the current use, never mind consider the intended scope of the increased use. And we would like to see various things in future applications that would show safety considerations, such as pathways for people to walk along, as well as planning regarding emergency vehicles getting through. When there was some maintenance done last year to one of the side streets, the residents all had to park along the side of Golf Course Road, and it became very tight to the point that garbage trucks and bigger vehicles couldn't get through. We were quite concerned, as we do have elderly family members, if anything ever happened, could those emergency vehicles actually get through? Granted, that was a circumstance where people were parking along there, but we also note that visitor parking has not been addressed. And it is foreseeable that once people have seen allowance for parking along there, even for extenuating circumstances, habits are hard to break, and they may continue to do so even when circumstances aren't specifically permitting that. I was pleased on the previous matter to hear Peter Cooper emphasize using planning rationale, and I encourage council to use not just planning rationale, but good planning on this project. With the development of this size, issues should be dealt with at this stage and not later on. Poor planning will not only exacerbate the existing problems, it will contribute to new problems, which will be harder to address and more costly to address in the future. I'm also pleased to hear Brian's comments, Councillor Bochek's comments in this matter about safety concerns. This development is being very compartmentalized, and it needs to be done as a cohesive whole if we are going to have a proper community strategy moving forward once the various development parties have left us. The rest of us who actually own properties will remain and have to deal with these issues, and we want it to be a safe and friendly place for all involved. We don't want to constantly be in arguments about that. So I thank you for your time and consideration of my points, and I will concede the floor to the next speaker.
Ms. Miller, thank you very much for your input. It's appreciated.
Next, we have David Flower.
Mr. Flower, welcome.
Oh, greetings. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, councilors and staff for facilitating this. My name is David Flower. I live in Port Severn and have been a permanent resident here for 31 years now. I have a waterfront property on Twin Island Trail, 63 Twin Island Trail. Pass through Oak Bay development on a daily basis by way of Golf Course Road. And I'm reasonably familiar with the Oak Bay Golf Course and the residential development and the two provincially significant wetlands that border the property. And I'm familiar with the original environmental impact study, the EIS, I guess as it's referred to, that was published in 2006 that allowed development to proceed on a conditional basis. Some of what I have to say would be better understood, I think, with the help of a diagram, and I'm hoping Ms. Way or Ms. Lemieux can maybe share that master plan diagram that I sent out by email this morning on the screen. If that's possible. If not, I can move on.
Judging by their faces, I think they're working on it.
Hopefully,
do you have that email?
It's opening back up. Might take a few minutes. Mr. Flower, if you want to maybe continue with other comments, and I'll do my best to try and get it up.
Sure, I'll maybe get a little bit ahead here, but the diagram, when it does come up, I guess, is an early concept diagram and shows plans within the development blocks that may have changed in the meantime, but the configuration shown here form the basis of the 2006 environmental impact study recommendations. And those recommendations were carefully crafted to permit medium density development in close proximity to the significant natural heritage features and species at risk found in this area, and to do that development without adverse effects. Development Block 14 in 2006 was proposed to be a mix of single and multiple residential units, up to 50 units in total. And that block abuts a wetland zone at its lower extremity, and the wetland boundary in that area is outlined in a faint yellow diagram, or a faint yellow line when that diagram does come up. Stormwater flows for the block were to be directed to dry retention ponds and ultimately to the wetland, though I believe the stormwater plan has undergone some changes since the diagram was prepared. The wetlands in this area of the property were deemed to be part of the Potato Island provincially significant wetland as a result of the field work that was conducted in 2005 for the environmental impact study. So in years of high water, the 2006 EIS indicates there is a direct connection from the wetland area below Block 14 to Georgian Bay by way of an intermittent stream. So that's a little background, I guess, on where the environmental assessment stood for the original development. With regard to the application before us today, I'm generally in support of the changes proposed, although with some provisos. I think that any change that reduces the density of the development located close to sensitive environmental features is probably a good thing. And I hope the council is ultimately able to approve the bylaw amendment with full confidence that a good planning decision is being made. My main concern is the lack of rigor being demonstrated by township planning staff in order to ensure we understand the current environmental picture as it now exists 16 years after the original field studies were complete. My concern is not just for this application, but also for several preceding applications that were recently approved for the development, and also for future applications that will come. Now, as a local resident, I have a direct stake in our surface groundwater quality. My family and I literally drink the water, as do many others in this area. And I want the township of Georgian Bay to ensure every possible step is taken to safeguard that water. This is the fourth zoning amendment application by Oak Bay in the past 2 to 3 years that I've weighed in on. And councillors may recall zoning amendments approved in 2019 for the Marina Towns, the Summerside residential block, and the marina itself, all of which were approved without benefit of an updated environmental impact assessment. There will likely be more zoning amendments to come as the development proceeds to the remaining residential blocks. We still have Trailside, we have Twin Island Trail, and the Potato Island blocks still to come over the next several years. And just like the Waterside block currently under discussion, those blocks are located adjacent to sensitive, undisturbed environmental features. So I would like to see greater environmental diligence brought to bear on these zoning applications in recognition of the time that has elapsed since the original studies, and because of the significant changes that have been made to the master plan over that time period. Any proposal that involves funneling potentially toxic water into our wetlands and waterways will always be a concern to me, and will always be challenged if I sense that anything less than optimal management solutions are being deployed. And none of us should be satisfied with some minimal MECP approved stormwater solution when there are more effective approaches out there that could be deployed. So my hope is that beginning with this application, Township of Georgian Bay will recognize the need to put environmental compliance and accountability front and center in the planning process, and stop relying on outdated environmental studies to support current planning activities. Other jurisdictions consider environmental assessment excuse me, to be expired after 5 years. And 5 years after the collection of the field data supporting that recommendation has been done. Beyond that date, the field studies have to be refreshed and reports updated to reflect current conditions and current development plans. Township of Georgian Bay, it seems, is willing to base their decisions on 15-year-old studies, full 10 years after they should have been rendered moot, and there is no indication we won't stop relying on those older plans for another 15 years. So I believe that approach is highly inappropriate and contrary to best planning practices, and that needs to change right now. Now, I mentioned previously that approval of the development in 2006 was conditional, and chief among those conditions was a requirement spelled out in the draft subdivision agreement that the recommendations to the 2006 environmental impact statement were to be implemented, and also a requirement that any changes to the environmental infrastructure originally proposed be made by a professional engineer in consultation with a qualified biologist. So it's perfectly acceptable to modify the plan, providing the environmental impact is assessed and appropriate mitigation steps are identified and implemented. What's not acceptable under the terms of the draft plan are changes that compromise the environmental plan. And the only way to determine if there's a problem is to understand the changes and perform the required assessment. Clearly, the time to do that is before the zoning application is submitted. Why? Because it's very expensive to correct serious infrastructure issues after an environmental problem has actually materialized, maybe years down the road. By that time, the damage done to the environment may simply be irreversible. And guess what? By that time, the developer is long gone, and it's the taxpayers who are on the hook for the bill. Environmental infrastructure in this case would be water and sewer services and stormwater facilities. When I inquired with the township as to the details of this application, no information about stormwater or potential environmental impact was forthcoming, leading me to wonder if it was actually considered. There may indeed be no significant impact, but it sure would be nice to know that somebody knowledgeable, not in the employ of the applicant, provided that assessment. We're frequently reminded by planning staff that this is a master plan community, with the detailed plans evolving as time goes by to align with the housing market of the day. And I consider that reasonable. No point building stuff that isn't going to sell. I think I get that. But the housing market's not the only thing that changes over time. And since the original field studies in 2005, there have been many years of gradual change to the various development blocks as they sat undisturbed in their natural state. We all know that nature doesn't stand still. The habitat continually evolves and changes over time, as do the species that rely on it for survival. And just as with the housing market, adjustments need to be made to the environmental protection plans to align it with current conditions in the field with the modified site plans. It's also been stated in the past that Oak Bay performs environmental reviews of the property on a regular basis. That being the case, why not provide the updated report as part of the application rather than alluding to some prior study performed years ago? And likewise, a draft functional servicing plan reviewed and approved by a qualified biologist should have been required, and one that outlines the revised stormwater plan for the block. And perhaps these documents exist and were submitted as part of the application, but they were not provided to me upon inquiring. Development services report That's 2021-29 that Victoria presented. For this application states that, and quote, the Oak Bay development is a master plan community in which both servicing and environmental considerations were considered and reviewed prior to the issuance of the subject land's previous approval, end quote. And further that, quote, this portion of the Oak Bay development is not located on the shoreline of Georgian Bay, end quote. Well, this is technically correct. Based on the 2006 environmental impact study, stormwater for the entire block will discharge to the Potato Island wetland through buffer lands owned by the township and by the Georgian Bay Land Trust. From a conservation standpoint, it's essential to understand the net effect of stormwater flows and stormwater quality resulting from the changes proposed by this amendment. Too much or too little flow and the health of the wetland is placed at risk. And again, it would be reassuring to know that a qualified person, not in the employ of the developer, had at least looked at the stormwater facilities proposed and found them to be up to the high environmental standards demanded by the township of Georgian Bay. Now, I think it's also appropriate to obtain comment from the affected downstream landowners. In this case, the township of Georgian Bay and the Georgian Bay Land Trust, an organization committed to protecting and preserving these wetland zones in perpetuity. And though I suspect Township of Georgian Bay will not object, the Georgian Bay Land Trust will no doubt be concerned about the potential for negative impact to a property under their stewardship. Were they circulated on this notice? I don't know. I'd be shocked if they were and they had no comments or concerns. Without a block-specific stormwater plan, there really is no way to know where the wastewater is going, how much, what it will contain, and what the net impact will be downstream. I'm also concerned about the accuracy of our zoning maps in this area. Development Services really needs to update zoning map number 149 based on the 2006 environmental impact study. The Potato Island PSW extends well inland with only a very narrow buffer separating it from the southerly extent of Block 14. And that's evident, I think, on the diagram that's on the screen right now, although it would have to be zoomed in a fair bit to actually see the extent of the wetlands. So a larger scale zoning map in that area would be extremely helpful for planning purposes. What we have now in map 149 is erroneous, misleading. It's visually virtually useless as an effective planning tool as far as I can see. A quick comment on unit counts. It's unclear to me where this development stands in terms of overall unit counts. If the reduction in units for this block has any effect on the overall unit count. Table 9.6 should really be updated to indicate that the new count has dropped from, the new maximum count has dropped from 42 down to 461 due to the reduction in this zone. And perhaps those tables will be updated without just in a matter of due course, but it should be confirmed that 461 is the new number of units permitted as a result of this amendment. And then confusing the matter even more, the document submitted by Oak Bay in support of the application indicates a planned total of 570 units for the entire development. And that's with Block 14 reduction under consideration today fully accounted for. I'm guessing Oak Bay plans to increase the unit counts in the remaining blocks by filing additional zoning applications on a piecemeal basis, each of which changes the unit types and counts subject to the conditions of the housing market at that particular point in time. So my point here is that there have been and there will likely continue to be changes to the master plan that was approved back in 2006, and that establishing the need for environmental review now would be a good way to establish Township of Georgian Bay's baseline requirements for any future amendments for this development. And again, overall, I have no objection to the downsizing proposed for Block 14. As I mentioned earlier, I think any change that reduces the building density this close to sensitive environmental features is a great improvement, so long as it does not introduce negative environmental impact. If Township of Georgian Bay and Oak Bay developments take the necessary steps to ensure the environmental impact of the changes proposed has been assessed by an independent qualified biologist, then I can support the amendment. Finally, for additional clarity, as time goes on, I suggest the general statement proposed by Oak Bay in the draft bylaw regarding setbacks. And that was the one that reads, for added certainty and consideration of yard setbacks, the entire condominium block will be considered as one lot. I suggest that be expanded to include a reminder that changes to Oak Bay development plan shall be reviewed by a qualified biologist for compliance with the recommendations of the environmental impact study prepared by Gardner Lee, dated April 2006, and the peer review report prepared by Michalski Nielsen and Associates, dated September 20th, 2006, in accordance with the terms of the draft plan of subdivisions, or words to that effect. The presence of a statement along those lines in the zoning bylaw will serve as a good reminder to all parties that Township of Georgian Bay is just as serious about environmental protection as it is about enabling development. But at the end of the day, we can make all the statements we want in bylaws unless there is a will to enforce those statements, a mindset, if you like, that the environment is important, perhaps even more important than development in some cases, then in the end, it's all for naught. We can sit back, we can watch as the natural heritage of this township is slowly picked apart and compromised until little significant ecological heritage remains for the next generations. Our development staff is well versed in the planning process. I don't think they're qualified biologists, however, and I think it's unfair to saddle them with responsibility for environmental decisions that might curtail development when their primary objective is enabling development. There's an inherent conflict of interest here. If we're serious about prioritizing the environment in this township, it's really time for council to walk the talk and permanently fix the situation. So I'm just going to summarize then very quickly here. What I'm saying essentially is we should be ending the policy of reliance on outdated environmental reports now before it's too late. We should add a meaningful clause to table 9.6 in the draft zoning bylaw, tying it back to the 2006 environmental impact study. Zoning map 149 should be updated to show those EP zones are actually provincially significant wetland zones as per guidance contained in that 2006 environmental impact study. And for clarity, we should create a new zoning map, 149A, focused on the EP zones, so the block 14, and hopefully engage a qualified biologist to review and advise planners on all zoning and variance applications. So thank you for taking the time to listen. If there are any questions from council, I will do my best to address them.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Flower. Not seeing any hands raised. I'm going to ask Ms. Way if there's anybody else who, oh, Councillor Jarvis. Ms. Way, still work on our next, if there's any more, but Councillor
There are
Jarvis.
no more raised hands at this point in time.
So my question is more general. It's not directed specifically at Mr. Flowers. So maybe I should be waiting for a moment.
Well, you know, the next step after this is to, once the public has spoken, is to see whether councillors have any comments to make. And I might as well give you the first chance.
Well, that's great to be up front on this. Back to our planning department and to Celeste as well. There's lots of talk about a reduction in density, yet we're talking about increasing the number of single detached as originally proposed at 25 to 29. So why don't we stick with the 25 that was originally in the planning documents that go back, I presume, to an earlier time, which is what the guideline would be. Is that not appropriate?
Councillor Jarvis, I could respond to that. There's actually 50 units approved for this block, and there is a condominium plan approved by the District of Muskoka for 50 units. So the reduction today is to 29. So the bylaw, the way it read, was 25 singles and presumably 25 villas for a total of 50. So the overall reduction is to 29.
Oh, so it was one and the other together. Is that what you're suggesting?
Correct.
Then thank you very much for the clarification. And just to follow up again to something that Mr. Flowers indicated, I was wondering about the stormwater runoff that is accommodated in the current plan. How does that compare with what was in the original plans going back to, I guess it's 2006? Is it the same stormwater runoff that was originally in the plan, or is that being changed as well?
Councillor Jarvis, I'll pass that to Bill Van Ryn to respond to, and I do have a couple of comments on Mr. Flowers' comments, if I'm allowed the opportunity to respond to those as well.
You may, once we're finished with Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of
Morning.
council and staff. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
I'm Bill Van Ryn, Tatham Engineering, 8 Barron Drive, Bracebridge, Ontario. And if I may speak just very briefly on stormwater management for the development. The stormwater management block is unchanged as it was in the draft plan. It's on the southwest end of the block, upstream of the wetland, which is upstream of Georgian Bay. We have made a couple submissions to the township, and your review through your consulting engineer. They've provided some comments to us. We've addressed those. We're working on our final submission of drawings to go back to the township by next week for the roads and services. In addition to that, the township and your consulting engineer has approved the stormwater management design to allow us to make the submission to the Ministry of the Environment for the environmental compliance approval. So we're submitting that this week. We just received that approval last week. So I'm not sure where the comments were made with regards to no work being done on that, but that work is certainly well advanced and has been reviewed by the township and your consulting engineer, and we've addressed their concerns.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jarvis, is there anything else you want to add?
Yes, there's a comment that was made by Councillor Bochek earlier on, and that's to do with the roads and a few concerns that I know Celeste addressed. But we go back to emergency vehicle access during times of heavy snowfall or cars parked on the street. It seems to me that we've had issues recently where we have now assumed management of some of the road structure within that development. Is it perceived that at sometime in the future we would be assuming this road, and if so, shouldn't it be brought up to our standards now as opposed to later on?
Ms. Van Ryn. Ms. Van Ryn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will be a private condominium road. There will be no request for the township to assume it. The roads that have been assumed or in the process of being assumed by the township are Lynx Trails and Masters Crescent, which are the semi-detached units on the northeast side of Golf Course Road. This road will be near identical to the road in the woodlands, so Marina Village Drive and Country Trail, with gravel shoulders, ditches, and the maintenance of that will be by the private contractor on behalf of the condominium. There will be no request for assumption. In addition, on the emergency services, the road is designed with a cul-de-sac on the end with a 12-meter centerline radius, which allows your fire truck to turn around. The road will be paved and 6 meters wide, which are the requirements of the building code for fire access. And the individual laneways that branch off the main spine of the road to get to the units that are set back, that will also be a 6 meter wide gravel platform, which meets the requirements of the building code for emergency access.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Just a couple of quick points. I just wanted to mention that the environmental work that was referred to by Mr. Flower, identified what the building envelopes will be. And there is no change that is being proposed by Oak Bay to those building envelopes. In other words, there's no breach of the boundaries that were set out as the development areas. Secondly, I would like to say that Mr. Jamie Nairn is a qualified biologist. He is on site on a regular basis, and he does professional work that is submitted to Ministry of Natural Resources, which is now MECP, and reviewed by that organization. So I'm a little bit perturbed that Mr. Nairn's qualifications have been criticized, because he has a lot of familiarity with this property and does regularly report into MECP. And my last point is with respect to the review of documentation. Mr. Van Ryn provides his technical reports to the town on stormwater management, traffic, and municipal servicing. His work is reviewed by town staff, and in some instances, his work is sent out to Ainley and Associates as a peer reviewer. So my points really are that I'm hesitant about the suggestion that an independent biologist or engineer be established for this project when you have in fact qualified professionals whose work is being peer reviewed for this property. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have councillors Cooper, Wienko, and Douglas with their hands up. So I believe I saw them in that order. So Councillor Cooper, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Coetzee. I just wanted to say a couple of things. First of all, I thought the comments from Councillor Bochac and Mr. Flower very helpful. And I think we need to be highly, very careful with respect to the environment in this particular area. I think there's a lot of sensitive wetlands and GBLT lands. I don't know whether the GBLT, Georgian Bay Land Trust, has been consulted, but I suggest that that's important. I think was also, the point was raised that maybe we needed updated studies. So I think that's worthy of consideration. And so that's sort of on my comments about the environmental side of it, but the sort of the process side of it, this was a question for Victoria. And Victoria, in your presentation, you brought up a sort of a 5 or 6 point steps that we follow. And I just wanted you to explain, if you could bring that up again for us. I just wanted to understand the process specifically. It's the same kind of document that we saw on an earlier application this morning out on Georgian Bay. Could you provide that to us, please? It pertains to public process and public input.
Can you see that now, Councillor Cooper?
Yeah, so if you could just explain to me, we've got public meeting at step 3, but the submission is of complete application is number 2, and yet we don't have a bunch of studies. Why is it complete?
Which, sorry, through your worship, Councillor Cooper, which studies were you referring to on this application?
Environmental studies, for example, that it's my understanding that we're still waiting to see some material. And it's, I think this is the same sort of order that we saw this morning, which was that there's still sort of studies to be completed. So why would we be moving forward to a public meeting when we don't have all the studies?
So for this specific case, for the pre-consultation for this application, because all of the environmental work that Celeste was speaking of before has already been provided to the township based on the overall development at this time, just purely staff to be able to look at the proposed downzoning here. We did not request for any additional work to be done due to, of course, that, for instance, some of the concerns that were raised by Councillor Bocek, et cetera, there's still additional approvals to come forward to council, such as the site plan agreement stage. In regards to the last application, I had mentioned that through, as you can see here, circulation to agencies, that is what triggered on the last application anyways, that the district was able to provide us with more information that we don't have access to, that has triggered additional studies to be requested there. But in this case, we did not get any additional requests from the district at this time.
Thank you for that clarification. And my final comment to you and to council is this, and that is, just as we saw, I'm referring back to the last application, there's a lot of public interest, and I have some difficulty understanding why this is the only public meeting. I think when we do go to approve it, I don't understand why it wouldn't be standard procedure to include the public on our final presentation. Could you explain that to me, please?
Through your worship, Councillor Cooper, as per the Planning Act, this is the scheduled public meeting that's required. As we saw in the last application, if council does deem it necessary, we can schedule an additional public meeting. In this case, because we are not anticipating any additional information coming forward from the applicants, staff did not add that in as our recommendation to schedule another public meeting. But again, that's always at the discretion of council where they see fit.
Just point of clarification, if you don't mind, the Planning Act doesn't say you can't have two public meetings. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, as long as there is at least one. Yeah.
As long as we meet the minimum, but what I'm suggesting is that we may want to consider when there's still information coming out at a meeting like today, where there'll be more things to consider, that we might want to consider as part of our final meeting, making sure that the public have a chance again. That was my one comment, but thank you very much, Victoria, for all the work that you're doing on this.
Councillor Rienko, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't really have a particular problem with this development, but usually when it comes down to the site plan review, a lot of the concerns that Councillor Bocek had with the road situation and parking and so on, that's when those issues raise their ugly head like it did the last time. So I just want to make it clear that we did make some serious comments on the last, I think it was a marina development where the roads were too narrow. You couldn't hardly park in your driveway, et cetera, et cetera. I hope we don't get into that situation again when we come to the site plan. So I encourage the developer to take those comments, those previous comments, and have a bit more review of parking, driveways, width of roads, and so on in this development. The other concern I have is that with this development, with the marine one going on and this development and other ones in the area, the traffic pattern on golf course roads is increasing, and it's becoming a concern to a lot of people in Oak Bay. My question is to Victoria. I keep asking the same question. When are we looking at the alternate second entrance into the Oak Bay development? I was under the impression that sometime in the next months, we would be hearing about what's happening there. So can you give us an idea when that issue is going to come up? Because I'm getting quite concerned about the traffic coming down Oak Bay, the golf course road.
Through your worship, Councillor Vanko, it's my understanding the last discussions that I had with the district that The tri-party study, I believe it's called, Celeste, maybe you can nod if I'm stating that right. The tri-party study regarding the traffic impact from Honey Harbor Road and taking into consideration that potential secondary access or not. That work was obviously delayed due to COVID-19. It's my understanding from the district that work is to rev back up this summer. That was the last note that I received from the district. But before this Bill's nodding against his head, which is great. But before, when we bring this back to council, Councillor Wienko, I'll make sure to have a more thorough update for you on that matter.
Because my understanding was that there was some particular approval required for an extension to one of the developments. And we only gave it a 1-year extension because we wanted to hear about this secondary road. Well, I think it's been more than 1 year since we approved that resolution. So I'm wondering what's going on here, because I can pretty well guess what the outcome's going to be after this tri-party thing, is that the Oak Bay is pushing back real hard about not having to do this. And I know council is adamant that it does go ahead. So I just wanted to find out, where is that resolution that was passed a year or so ago? Say, giving them 1 year an extension, and they haven't come back for further extension. So maybe you can bring that forward and get that on it, because I don't have a lot of faith in this tri-party thing that will agree to this second entrance.
Through your worship to Councillor Wienko, just as a quick update on that. So the applicants have submitted their request to extend the overall subdivision agreements, which have been circulated from the district, which you are correct, there was that 1 year extension that was provided. Because of COVID-19, the district does have staff level approval to extend those, I believe, on a monthly basis. So because district staff haven't even had the ability to complete their work, as well as us as township staff haven't been able to bring that forward to council as well. So that is to come back to council. It has been extended on a monthly basis at the district level because they do have that approval authority. But hopefully, again, that matter as well should be coming back to council hopefully soon.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. There's been a lot said about the environment, so I'm not going to touch on that, but I would like to reiterate what is being said by Councillor Wienko and Councillor Bocheck, that there are a lot of concerns surrounding various parts of the parking, the roads, etc. But I do have one question. I'm just wondering, is Brett Zokash with us today or no?
Through your worship, Councillor Douglas, no, he is not.
Okay, I don't know if you can answer this, but if I'm not mistaken, I think Golf Course Road was repaired last year, resurfaced. Would anybody have information on that? I think that's correct. No?
I'd like to defer to Mr. Van Ryn on that. He probably has the most knowledge at the table here about that.
Mr. Van Ryn.
Pardon me, sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any significant repairs to Golf Course Road. I think there was some patching done on the south end beyond the entrance to Marina Village Drive and Links Trail. There was some top lift paving done up to Golf Course Road when Marina Village Drive and Links Trail were put the final course down at the entrance. And there was a little bit of work there at the intersection, but no significant work on Golf Course Road. The next upgrades to Golf Course Road will take place with the next stages of development. And those construction drawings are in with the township right now for review and comment.
Okay, thank you for that. And just further to that, is this something that Oak Bay is undertaking, or is this being left up to the township to repair the roads? Because this has become a very big concern of the residents that are trying to use this road. I consistently hear problems with that road being torn up by large equipment through the development of Oak Bay. I'm wondering if you can comment on that, please.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the future reconstructions are at the full cost of the developer. Any emergency patching that is required in terms of if there is any damage from loading or unloading a piece of heavy equipment, that gets dealt with by the developer. The section of the road south of the development, that section is under repair and maintenance by the township because it is just the township road. It's not being used by the developer.
And just further to that, can you just clarify, is that road, that part of the road being used by Oak Bay at all? Not at all?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is no construction traffic south of the Waterside development right now. If you recall from one of the plans that was in Ms. Phillips' presentation, the aerial, it shows the developer has their construction compound on the front end of the development. So there's a couple of gates there. They've got some equipment and some supplies there. That's as far south as the development traffic goes. There was previously some truck traffic going into the Summerside block, which is on the east side of Golf Course Road and to the south of Masters Crescent. There's been no traffic in there for, I'm gonna guess, 5+ years. Those entrances are blocked off with big chunks of granite. So there's no development traffic, no trucks, no excavators, no bulldozers south of the construction compound on the front of Waterside.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think at this point, what we should do is, well, actually, I have one question before we do that. Ms. Lemieux, if I understand it, this is something that requires district approval. And so district is asking for our, I'm going to call it co-approval. We're not making the final approval in effect. Is that correct?
So to your worship, in regards to the actual zoning bylaw amendment, that is council's approval. They're the approval authority of that. The applicant has submitted a red line revision to the plan of condominium, which is what the district has the level, and they need the rezoning before that that can be finalized. So it's kind of in tandem a little bit here.
All right, thank you. I have in front of me, moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved, the Development Services Report 2021-29 dated April 12, 2021, with respect to zoning bylaw amendment application Z2104 be received. And that staff be directed to consider the comments received for Z21-04, the updated servicing information, and prepare a recommendation report and bylaw that will be brought back to a subsequent council meeting for consideration. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Now, the last public meeting item that we have was Development Service Report Z21-02, which of course, council, we have not seen because staff has recommended that we defer. And as I'm sure you're aware, in our closed session, this matter will be discussed and our lawyer has some information that he'd like to discuss with us. And staff felt that until we receive that information, it would be premature for us to go to the public. And obviously it's hard to go to a public when you don't have a report for review at this point. So I'm just simply going to agree with staff that we defer this item. And with that, what's in, well, that's something else. Okay. You're talking about the repairs to Golf Course Road, I see in the chat line. With that, this would close the public meeting held under the authority of the Planning Act. And I'm going to recommend a 10-minute bio break before we get into the rest of our meeting. So I have 11:13. Let's return at approximately 11:25, please. Thank you. Okay, I think we still need a couple more counselors before we can roll into the next portion of our meeting. Ms. Lemieux, I believe the next portion of our meeting is agenda item 7, a planning application not subject to a public meeting. In this case, it's your report 2021-30 in regards to 241 Steep Rock Road. If you can give us your overview, please.
Absolutely. And I have brought in the owners and their agent again, just in case, again, it's not a public meeting, but in case any members of council, when we get to that point, have any additional questions or comments.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to share my screen. So as council may recall, this application came forward back at the February meeting for public meeting regarding 241 Steep Rock Road. The applicants are the Gaverdis. So just again, a quick refresher on the application. However, I'm sure many members of council can recall most of the comments that were made. However, here is an overview of the subject land's location, located on 6 Mile Lake, just north of Whites Falls Road. And it is accessed off of Steep Rock Road, which is a private road. An aerial of the subject lands, again, peninsula shape. The owners have since acquired a portion of this road allowance denoted here, so the property does extend a bit further than what is shown on our GIS system at this time. So again, the purpose and effect of the application that did previously go forward for a public meeting was to rezone the subject lands from the SR6 zone to a site-specific SR6 59 zone to establish the following provisions. A minimum front yard setback of 17 meters where 20 meters is required, a maximum gross floor area of 275 meters where 224.35 is permitted, a setback to a septic system of 20 meters where 30 meters is required, the septic tank location in front of the dwelling, the setback to a septic tank to a dwelling of 3 meters where 5 meters is required, and a maximum dwelling width of 22.15 meters where a maximum of 17.76 is permitted. So again, our handy dandy chart of where we are in the application process. So now staff have been able to provide council a report with a recommendation, which I'm presenting to you today. And then council has the ability to make a decision today if they choose to do so. So if council can recall, one of the major pieces that was brought up at the last meeting was council members were looking for some clarification on if the attached garage on the dwelling was in fact the reason for the additional gross floor area request, and what would a potential detached garage plan look like, and what effect would that have? So the applicants have provided both an attached and detached. So this is the general overview of the attached garage, and I will zoom in on the next slide, so don't worry if you can't see much. So as you can see here, this is what was provided at the public meeting. The proposed dwelling with an attached garage, as you can see here, and then the septic system location. And actually, as part of their new plans they submitted, which staff found very helpful, the applicant's agent notated the specific trees that really were the basis of why they orientated the structure as they did in order to try and save those specific trees in addition to the rest of the vegetation, but because those were the ones closest to the proposed dwelling area. And you can see how essentially, you know, the trees really notated where the proposed deck and dwelling are going. So this, again, as an overview for council, this was the plan that was in front of you previously in February, the attached garage and the proposed dwelling. We do have a further breakdown, and I have it a bit more zoomed in on another slide of how the gross floor area breakdown looks. So we will get to that. So then this was the alternative plan that was provided by the applicants regarding, what would it look like if they were to take away the attached garage and have the proposed dwelling meet the gross floor area requirements of the zoning bylaw. So as you can see here, this is the location that the detached garage would go in between the septic system and the proposed dwelling. So again, zoomed in a little more, you can see the structure better here. And the applicants would, if this was to be something that they would go forward with, they would likely propose also the bunkie area above a garage, which they would be allowed to do based on their lot area. So these are a few areas that I just wanted to point out to council that staff really took a close look at when we reviewed the application as part of our recommendation. So area 1 here, you can see under the plan for the detached garage, because of the angle to get vehicles in and out, this would require quite a substantial extension potentially of this driveway area, as you can see, which would be closer to the water line, which that was definitely something that staff saw as a potential concern. Number 2 here is that due to this garage being located here, and for them to meet the 5-meter separation distance minimum for structures, it would actually push the dwelling and the deck actually closer to the water's edges down here on this side. So they'd essentially be shifting the structure slightly more towards the water. And the third, of course, is that the detached garage, essentially wherever it would be located on the property itself, would require a decreased setback from the water as well, again, due to that peninsula style of the property. So to provide the gross floor area breakdown, that a number of questions from council came forward. So we were able to confirm that the structure as proposed without the garage being attached does meet the maximum gross floor area for 6 Mile Lake and does not exceed it. So if they were to remove the garage, they would in fact not require that part of this amendment. So the total gross floor area would actually be 209.03 square meters, when they actually could go up to 224, but they would be at 209. And then I believe it was Councillor Jarvis was asking some questions about just confirming that crawl space area as well. So the crawl space area equates to 82.68, but that is less than the 1.8 meters in height, so it would not be included in the gross floor area. But we were able to confirm the location of the basement that would be included and would not. So I have some pictures from our site visit that we did as staff. Now that we were able to finally go out on site, because again, the weather's quite a lot nicer now. So as you can see here, here's the existing dwelling. And I'd just like to point out, I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but it was really good for staff to go on site to see the extensive topography change that does occur on this property that was mentioned at the last meeting. So again, we're looking at the existing dwelling, and then the proposed dwelling would be in a similar location. These are some of those trees that were notated on their plans of really why it caused the orientation of the building to be what it is. So this is the existing vegetation within the shoreline area from where the proposed dwelling would be located towards the water. So, it's anticipated that all of this would be able to remain. And it's my understanding that the applicants and their architect are very adamant to try and maintain all of that vegetation for privacy purposes, of course. And again, just looking back at the proposed dwelling location, just to further down the peninsula. And then here we're looking, the proposed septic location would be way up here on the hill to the right of the photo. So again, you can see the topography drop in this. And also these photos were shared with the chief building official, who has also been on site in the past, and he's familiar with the site and did provide the comments that were noted in the staff report. And again, this is the existing driveway area. So this area back here would be where that proposed septic system would be located. And then again, if the detached garage plan was to ever move forward, this is the approximate location as well where the detached garage would go. And here are some of the photos again from the public meeting from the applicants on the water, because we haven't been able to go out on the water ourselves, but these photos provide a great view of what it looks like when everything is grown out in the nice summertime area. So as you can see here from this angle, you can't even see the existing dwelling in here, but it would be located in this area here. And then again, from the other side of the peninsula, again, you can see the existing dwelling here. The proposed dwelling would be generally in the same location from this view. And then again, just some elevations to remind council of what the proposed structure looks like from the front and sides. And then a rendering provided by the applicant's architect from either side there. So as an overview from Development Services Report 2021-30, the proposed redevelopment of the subject lands will result in the removal of the existing dwelling and construction of a new dwelling and septic system. The other existing structures are to remain on the subject lands. The development is located within the existing developed area of the subject lands and will slightly increase the setback from the dwelling to the water from what currently exists. Staff have conducted a site visit and concur with the information provided from the applicant that the proposal for an attached garage will have less of a visual and environmental impact than a detached garage structure located elsewhere on the property. Due to this, planning staff are recommending that the proposed bylaw associated with the application, with the inclusion of the site plan control agreement being in place, be approved, as it does conform to the PPS and meet the general intent of both the district of Muskoka and township official plans. So that is my presentation. Again, looks like the architect isn't, move him back in. Might have not worked. The owner and the architect are again here if you have any questions for them, but I am here as well. And that concludes my presentation.
Well, Ms. Lemieux, thank you very much for your presentation. It's quite informative, and I'm very glad that you were able to get on site and get a touch and feel of the challenge faced by the applicants. Council, who would like to initiate the conversation? I think I see Councillor Bochek's hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I expressed in our last meeting, the public meeting, that I had performed a site visit and looked as our planning department did. And before I carry on, kudos to our planning department. It would really be nice to see all applications meet this scrutiny, and that the presentation is in the future brought to us the way this one was. I especially like that little chart that shows the steps as we're progressing along. It really is informative. On site, I did recognize that the shift in the building was done to protect the natural environment. My understanding is that the view from the canoe is very important to them. Unlike most other cases, they don't wish to be seen by the people in the canoe. The more coverage and canopy there is, the better for them. So I really have no objections to this application. I probably spent a little more time because it's very accessible for me being local, and I support this application. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Councillor Cooper.
I'd just like to thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Victoria, for the presentation. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments, and that is that, you know, I don't feel incredibly strongly about this one, but I think we need to remember that certainly the view from the canoe is a point. But I would also like to say that more vegetation isn't the only panacea. And I think by allowing this size of structure allows other applicants to point to this as a precedent. So there is precedent here in excess of what is allowed. So that concerns me to a certain degree, but I guess I would defer to you know, the local councillors and see what else they have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
A point of clarification and just a follow up to comments made by Councillor Cooper there. One, I think the concept is quite good the way it's been done, but I do have a question with regards to the that alternate design with the detached garage. Victoria, did you indicate that if we were to move ahead with that option, which I don't think will happen, but there would be an allowance above that garage for accommodation? Is that right?
So through your worship to Councillor Jarvis, the subject property as a whole would be permitted to allow for a bunkie above a garage in the sense of the lot area.
Right.
If that, this alternative plan really, of course, was shown to council today to understand why the applicants added that attached garage in the first place. This plan, though, would have to be recirculated for new public comment because there would be changes in some of the things that would be required to be asked for instance, a step back to a garage, etc. So it wouldn't be something that council can just make that decision of that plan. That would have to be a whole new application process for the applicants. Just want to clarify that.
And that's not where I was going. I was just wondering about whether there could be sleeping accommodation above the garage, which would be a greater massing or greater square footage usage than what we're currently looking at, and which is what is something that I'm quite favorable to. I don't see this in counter to Councillor Cooper's comments as being a precedent-setting maneuver. I think in the bad context, it might even be a better context in that we've allowed the garage to be attached to actually consolidate the massing on the property, and I think that's a good idea. So long as the garage isn't then converted into living accommodation. It's good to me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I would agree with Councillor Jarvis's comments. I think this is what they're trying to do here is to reduce the massing, and I would be in favor to see that garage attached in the first design. I think they've done a really good job at trying to preserve the natural trees and the environment as a whole. And thank you, Victoria, for the hard work of the planning staff and getting out there and just verifying things, because that does help with clarity to see where the trees are, to see that you've been out there. That's greatly appreciated. I have no objections to this.
All right, thank you. I have one question, Ms. Lemieux, if I may. When you offered I'll call it the alternative design, and that was with a detached garage with a bunkie above, I couldn't help but notice that you were talking about in that request also asking for a gross floor area exemption of going from 224 to 280 square meters. But you also noted that the bunkie above the garage was 56 square meters. So can I presume that if they weren't going to put a bunkie above the garage, then the detached garage would not need a gross floor area exemption?
So to your worship, thank you for pointing that out. So the plans that were shown there that do show that still that GFA requirement, that's not actually required. The applicant's architect provided that. And the GFA, so if the detached garage was there, the GFA resulting from a potential bunkie in that location, if again, subsequent planning applications related to the garage were approved, that does not include into the GFA. The GFA of the dwelling would not be part of that application. That was just a misunderstanding from the drawings from the architect. I just didn't have time to white that part out for the presentation. I apologize. But if the garage was detached, the dwelling itself would not require any GFA requirement.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I want to confirm, and neither would a single story garage. Okay. I think that was important for clarification, because it looked like what the drawing here is actually with a detached garage. They're asking for more in call it living space than they would on the attached. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Councillor Cooper, I still see your hand up, but I'm just wondering because you didn't take it down. Okay. Anybody else wish to comment on this? By the way, I'll read the resolution before we go ahead because it's an extremely brief resolution. It's moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council receives Development Service Report 2021-30 and approves bylaw 2021-017, enacting zoning bylaw amendment application Z20-21 for 241 Steep Rock Road. Any further discussion? Councilor Rienko, please.
This is totally off topic, but, and it would help in this situation. Maybe the planning department or the operation department can maybe put a drone in the next budget, because I think some aerial views from a drone would have really helped in this particular case. And I think in a lot of cases, having a drone with site inspection would be a really handy option. So I know it's off topic, but I think in this case, it would have been really helpful to see an aerial close up. So maybe they can put a drone in the next budget.
Actually, I think that's nicely related, because this is a perfect example of where that would have been very useful. Don't we all wish we were birds sometimes? All right, any other discussion? All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I think I'm counting everybody. Okay, that is definitely passed. Thank you very much. Okay, so that ends the.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Council.
Well, thank you very much for being present, even though we didn't ask you any questions.
Happy to be here, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, that ends the plan applications not subject to a public meeting. So the next item is number 8, new business. And there is a somewhat lengthy motion and resolution in front of us in regard to land use policies. And Councillor Hazelton, I believe you were the initiator of this.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I'd like to start off by just providing a little bit of background here so that we're all on the same page. The Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing states that Council will regularly update the official plan to ensure the official plan continues to address local policies and changing community needs, and that update should be completed every 10 years or less after the municipality prepares a comprehensive comprehensive official plan, and every 5 years after that. So just as a kind of rollback in time, our official plan began in earnest in 2012. We're 9 years out, so we're due for an OP review. We were told by MECP that we're up for an OP review. So what we're suggesting here really has very little deviation from that. I wanted to kind of go on here though. Council and staff have been coached by consultants hired by the Township CAO to revisit our OP and zoning bylaws to ensure they are reflective of the current attitudes reflected in the decisions made by Council and Committee of Adjustment. You have all received a copy of a letter saying that I have somehow opened old wounds. And sadly, I'll say that the author of this note is not in tune with MMAH requirements or the coaching of the township by experts. Additionally, this author and at least one of you have also spread much false information about the process that we would go through with the OP and the zoning bylaw review. This review is a township-controlled process where public input is both welcome and required. Additionally, we have seen in these COVID times that there are many more people watching our meetings, and the simplicity of joining via Zoom could facilitate many more interactions and contributions from the public than we've had in the past. Our clerk informed me today that there were 31 people in attendance at the beginning of this meeting, and that would be a full house in council chambers. As I recall, all councillors expressed much concern for the cost to our taxpayers from the many LPAT and OMB appeals. The proposed resolution is intended to enable staff to drive a process that should result in a refined OP and zoning bylaw that results in fewer LPAT appeals and much, much less cost to our township. Also, as a point of correction compared to the misinformation out there, an interim control bylaw, if approved, would be for a maximum of 1 year while the study takes place. Additionally, very, very important, This resolution would not affect any current applications to the planning department where there is no relief sought by the applicant for an OP or a zoning bylaw change. I sure hope that those watching and my fellow councilors have a clearer picture of the truth about this resolution. So in summary, the proposed resolution was created in discussions and support with staff, reviewed by our township lawyer. The words are not mine or Councillor Cooper's, but I have accepted them as provided by staff and legal as guidance on what we should be doing as a township to deal with the matters that we have been wrestling with, where decisions from council and committee of adjustment are not aligned with the recommendations that have come from planning. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I'm certainly going to open up this council, but I just want to make one, I'm going to call it clarification. And that is, if we pass this resolution or any part of it, what we are doing is we're asking staff to report back. In other words, we're not making a decision. And I think if there's been any misunderstanding on that side, I think that has to be cleared up, is that we are not today going to be making a decision on whether or not we're changing the rules, whether or not there's an interim control bylaw. We're making a decision today on whether or not we want staff to look into it. That, having said that, that doesn't stop us from commenting on this or possibly making changes to it. So I'm going to go for Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bocheck, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try and lower my hand here. There we go. Yes, and I'm glad you stated that, because I think I've seen at least 2 or if not more emails that are inaccurate, and I think it's important for us to not acknowledge that this document, the substance of it, as pointed out by Councillor Hazelton, was information that came from staff, from our new lawyers, and with the objective of starting to deal with some of the things that have concerned us so much, the costs that we're running into as it pertains to certain specific planning issues. Specifically, we've had challenges, and this cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars related to things like when and the practices related to various studies, whether it's SAR or FH1 or PSW or site evaluation. There are a whole bunch of things that we need to get, I think, some more clarity. That doesn't preclude, as was also pointed out by Councillor Hazelton, that a lot of things that would not be part of this, as I understand it, would be anything other than that was detailed and recommended by staff. So it's not like we're shutting down the planning department by any means. And as far as I've seen statements like opening old wounds, I thought our council was very pleased with being able to put together a plan in 2014 and approve it. So if we can work on it and make it more precise, I think we'll just be a little bit better off, and hopefully not be spending as much money on a variety of OMB appeals. So I just wanted, as sort of having been somewhat involved in this, to say that I think it's important for us to try and remember that this isn't an attempt to shut down the township by any means. This is not a lockdown. Let's remember that and move forward with some review, and our staff can give us recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bocheck, followed by Councillor Wienko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a very, very clear understanding of what this resolution says, as Councillor Hazelton referred to. And in my opinion, it's simply some councillors wish to absolutely sterilize any properties that have a hold on them currently and add a whole bunch of new parameters to how that hold has to be released. Currently, in our official plan, if there is a hold on your island property in Georgian Bay, you need to provide a survey to show that you have enough property in order to support development. this resolution, which was not brought forward by council, and I'll reiterate what I said at the beginning of this meeting, that this resolution says that council wishes to do this. Council does not wish to do this. I don't wish to do this. I'm sure other councilors don't wish to do this. So all those people that 20 years ago that bought a piece of property, maybe from their parents or from real estate, with the plans of when they retire to build their cottage to retire in, that's going out the window. We've changed the rules since they bought the property by amending the official plan without giving them notice. And here we are again. If we were to move forward with such a resolution like this, every single person on Georgian Bay that has a property that has an H on it should be invited and involved to this meeting to express their concerns. For a small group of people to get together and figure out a plan on how to stop development on all properties not currently developed on Georgian Bay is a shame. And I won't be a part of it. People have land development rights. They purchased this property with the development in mind. In the official plan in 2014, they got surprised with a hold put on their property, and they had to provide a survey. Now you want to expand that so that docks cannot be put on the property if there's a F1 fish habitat or a environmentally sensitive area. Perhaps these councillors think that pulling a barge up on shore instead of having a dock is a better way of protecting the environment, or pulling your sea-doos up on shore. Docks are a necessity to gain access to properties, and they help the environment. They help the fish habitat, as opposed to not having a dock where you're ramming your stuff up on shore. So a lot of thought needs to be made with this. The emails that were circulating around, well, you can take them for what they are. But to me, they're the truth. They explain the truth. And I'm not going to have any part of sterilizing these properties and making it impossible for these people to build their dream homes in the future. So this is way off base. This is not an initiative that council should be getting a part of. We're in a pandemic. We have way more important things to do than try and further control people's development rights. Let's get back on track, stay in our lane, and do things right. If you want to have a conversation about this, the conversation should be going probably through the planning committee, and then a recommendation coming back to council whether to pursue this or not pursue this. But the public better be very involved and very informed. And I think you'll get a true picture of what our residents want in this township. That's all I have to say on the matter, and I won't be saying any more.
Thank you. Councillor Wienko.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I've read this resolution many times, and I was never clear what actually it means. It talks about updating our planning procedures and policies. Well, I'm not that sure that's what we're trying to do. If Councillor Hazelton is correct, basically what he wants to do is start the process of reviewing our bylaws and updating our official plan amendments. So yeah, I agree. That probably should be started sooner than later. That we should start looking at updating our bylaws, and I wouldn't mind hearing back from staff on that. But I think the timing may not be the best right now, because basically next year we're going into an election, and probably the best time to bring this back and to start on this type of thing in earnest would be with a new council. So if the staff wish to review when we should be doing the timing of when we should be updating our bylaws and official plans, I have no problem on a resolution like that. Right now we have the planning committee, which has not been meeting on a regular basis. I think we can limp along with that planning committee for the next year and a half to resolve some of the outstanding issues. and have some amendments made to our planning regulations. And so we could probably get through the next year and a half, but I do firmly believe that the next council should start to update our bylaws and official plans, because we should be able to do it in a 4-year period and start it now. And then, you know, we can all be off council next term. So we shouldn't be doing this halfway through the term. As for an interim control bylaw, I would be most adamantly against any interim control bylaws to put a halt on any activities to do with our bylaws and official plan. That's not what an interim control bylaw is for. It's for a very, very specific issue, like the GFA on 6 Mile Lake. It's a very specific issue. And I've been around, I think, 14, 15 years now, and I've only had maybe less than a handful of these interim control bylaws applied. And in every case, they've been recommended by an external organization or whatever, and it's been a very, very specific issue. So I'm not supportive of an interim control bylaw, but if you want to prepare a resolution to specifically say, yes, we should start the process of updating our bylaws and official plan amendments starting in the new term, I have no problem with approving that.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I'm a little perplexed at some of the comments that have been made by some councillors. I'm very much in agreement with this proposal. I think our official plan as it stands is a living document. We need to be looking at making changes if and when necessary on a regular basis, and reviewing our planning policies in an effort to try and reduce what's been going to LPAT in the last number of years is, I think, would be absolutely logical to go forward with that. If we're finding that there are areas of our planning that need significant work, then until that work is done, I don't see an ICB as being an issue in that regard. It gives the planning department time to come to terms with what needs to be done. The fact that nothing that's on the books right now is affected by any of this should be understood. Again, this is discussion and recommendation that we get some feedback from our staff on. I am very happy to see this come forward. I appreciate the work that's been done by those in staff and the council members that were involved in spearheading this, and are very much in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Well, there's been a lot said here, so I'm not going to repeat what's been said already. And most certainly, Councillor Wienko and Councillor Bocheck really have hit on most of the points that I would have brought up. It doesn't need to be said again. I'm totally against an interim control bylaw. I think that this is something that, as Councillor Wienko said, if we're going to be looking at this document, the official plan, and again, I agree, it's a living, breathing document and needs to be updated from time to time. It should be done where we can start looking at it maybe, but it's not something that'll happen within a year. And we do have a new council probably coming in. Who knows of us who's going to be on that. I would agree that there's no harm in the certain parts of it being looked at, but to put an interim control bylaw onto this, I think is absolutely that's ridiculous, and I will not support that at all.
Thank you. I'm afraid that I'm sort of in the middle on this. First of all, I'm not a fan of interim control bylaws. I'm not a fan because I watched one happen in 6 Mile Lake, and I'm not sure what we achieved with that. We delayed things for up to 2 years there because it got extended, and then nothing's been done. So I'm not enthusiastic about interim control bylaws, and I think if we put something in it, it should be very specific. Having said that, two comments I want to make. One is I see nothing in here in regard to holds, and I think that's a separate discussion, and whether or not holds should include more or not. My understanding of this is that we as council, both in open and closed sessions on a number of times, have asked of staff are we facing an issue where our policies, whether they're the official plan or zoning bylaw, need updating or clarification or something? Because we faced a number of situations where my understanding of what we're hearing from our staff and advisors is they are just reporting on what the law says, and they understand that council may not be happy with the law, and then we need to modify the law. And I think from that perspective, I want staff's opinion. If they believe, based on their review of files, that they're going to have to recommend that something be approved the way they read the current bylaws, even though they know that council may not approve it, then we have an issue with the bylaw. And I would like our staff to report to us on that. If they believe our bylaws are inconsistent with what council has expressed over the last couple of years. I've heard from, I think, two of you. We have an election coming up in a year and a half's time. I refuse to write off the next year and a half as being lame duck because we have election coming. Now, you may disagree with me, and that's fine, but I believe we should carry on forward. I don't believe this resolution is proposing that we do a complete new official plan or complete new zoning bylaw. At least that's not the way I'm interpreting it. What I'm hoping is that if we pass this resolution, whether we modify it or not, then I'm hoping to hear back from our staff in the near future as to what areas should be changed. I think the requirement that they report back May 11th is just going to frustrate us, because I don't think that what I would like them to do can possibly be done within 1 month. So I don't like that part of it. But my take, again, it's probably halfway in between all of you, but my take is I want staff to review our zoning bylaws and our official plan where they believe it is inconsistent with what we, as a council as a whole, in many cases, not always unanimously, but often, find ourselves wishing that our zoning bylaw or official plan said something a little differently than what it does now. And we're not talking about sweeping it all away or changing it completely, at least in my mind, nor are we talking about locking everything down. What we're talking about is how can we improve our zoning bylaw and our official plan to better reflect what we as council have expressed over the last 2 years. So we'll have one more round and then go from there. And I would ask if, when you're making your comments, if you would be willing to support this resolution with 1 or 2 modifications, and let me know what those are, or more importantly, let our clerk know what they are, so that if we choose to keep on going with this, that we might end up considering a modified resolution if that's the case. I saw Councillor Bochuk's hand, Hazelton, Cooper, Douglas. I don't know if this is your prior hand up or new hand up. But anyway, we'll start Bochuk, Hazelton, Cooper, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With all due respect to your comments, how can you honestly say that you don't think this resolution is a lockdown when it says there's an interim control bylaw recommended? An interim control bylaw locks it down. It means no applications for development on these properties can happen until the H is removed, and the H isn't going to be removed because there's an interim control bylaw in place. Contrary to what Mr. Hazelton said, that this was only a period of 1 year, the Ontario statute says that interim control bylaws are for a period of 1 year and can be extended to a maximum of 2 years. The last interim control bylaw that this township imposed on a community was for 2 years. It got extended after the first year with no resolve. So to say that we're not going to be locking down with this resolution is not correct. This resolution,
I'd like to respond to that immediately, and that is that this resolution, if we approve it as written, asks staff to report on the advisability of an interim control bylaw, not on having an interim control bylaw. So this resolution would not, absolutely not approve an interim control bylaw.
No, but we're asking planning department for the effectiveness of an interim control bylaw to put a hold on all applications for development on these properties. I'm not going to support that. I made that very clear.
Okay,
And
understood.
if you do an interim control bylaw, you're going to end up with the exact same problems we had on 6 Mile Lake. This resolution could be fashioned in a way that says that our official plan was developed in 2014. It's time to start looking at amendments to that plan. And that can be done through our planning department, and recommendations come back from our planning department. This resolution doesn't say that at all. So I will not support this resolution or any part of it. And I would like this resolution changed, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, because it is not council's intent. If you read this resolution, this is not coming from the planning department. This is the words of Councillor Cooper and Councillor Hazelton. And it's including me in those words by saying it's councillor's wish. It's not, council didn't ask for this. 2 members of council, possibly 3, possibly 4, want this. Let's look at this resolution the way it's written, and any connotation that says it's council's desire to do this needs to be changed, because it's not. I was never asked my opinion.
Councillor Bocek, 2 things. One, if, and that's capital I, capital F, if a resolution like this is passed, then it's council as in a whole who are passing it, even if not everybody voted in favor. And because I don't believe we've ever had a resolution that says Councillor Bocek has approved X or Y. No, it's either council approves it or does not approve it. I think that's important to be understood.
I will agree with that in post resolution. We're talking, this resolution was crafted previous to a decision being made by council. And it includes in its verbiage that it's council's wish to move forward with this. And I'm saying it's not council's wish.
We don't know until we vote whether it's council's wish.
Exactly. And the resolution says it is. So how can it say before we vote?
Councillor Bocek, I think we're just going to carry on, because I don't think you're appreciating that almost every resolution we have refers to council as a whole.
Well, I take offense to that, being that I've been on this council for 7 years and I've voted on many resolutions. I think this is a clear attempt to stop development of properties on Georgian Bay that currently have a hold on it. You can read it any way you want, but I am not in favor of this resolution, and I won't vote to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I think that I was delighted that you pointed out that this is a resolution to direct staff to do a study, and for staff to tell us as councillors what is appropriate. What is the defined area that we should be looking at? What are the recommendations, and is there any advisability of an interim control bylaw or not? So what we're asking for is staff to bring back these strong recommendations. Sadly, there are people reading between the lines where things don't exist here. And I can assure you my motivation on this was from a previous meeting that we all sat around and were very, very concerned about the costs our township is incurring, where we have a gap between the decisions that are being made by council and committee of adjustment and the recommendations coming from planning. And so, to your point, Mayor Coetzee, this is an opportunity for planning to come and tell us where we might want to look at approving different OP or zoning bylaws that would allow them to make recommendations that were more aligned with the decisions that have been made by council and committee of adjustment. So that is the motivation that I had when trying to prepare this. And as I mentioned earlier, I have deferred to both staff and legal who came up with the wording on this, where they felt that this was most reflective of the intent that I had shared with them. and that Councillor Cooper had shared with them. So I think that what we have in front of us is extremely effective. If staff come back and say, we do not recommend an interim control bylaw, I'm happy with that. All we're trying to do here is to try to direct staff to help us correct some of the cost expenses that we have been achieving because of these gaps. And to your point, Mayor Coetzee, what would I consider as a change or a modification or amendment? I like sense of urgency, which is why personally I thought May was a good date. But if staff were to tell us that they would feel more comfortable being able to achieve this in June or some other date, I would be comfortable. I wouldn't want to see it July or August, but certainly I think we need to have some sense of urgency on this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I got Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Rianko.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and I'm going to be brief. I think Councillor Hazelton covered an awful lot of it, and I think there's an awful lot being read into this that isn't there, and I think that's been pointed out on more than one occasion. And I'm particularly pleased that you, Mayor Coetzee, talked about the fact that when it comes to planning and making changes and evolving and developing as an administration and organization, we shouldn't be sitting on our hands for the next year and a half or 2 years. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. And we've also identified as a group that we have very high costs related to LPAT. And we need to try and do something to try and control those costs. And I really also find it quite remarkable that there's comments being made about stopping development. There's nothing in this that says anything about stopping development. It zeroes in on some very specific areas, and our staff still has to come back to us and advise us on this. So I am not, you asked, should this be changed? Maybe the date as to when this report needs to come back should be in June, but I really don't see anything else that's offensive here. We haven't instituted an interim control bylaw. We've asked our staff to come back to us. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Rianko.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I would agree there is a lot being read into this, but for very good reason. And no one's asking anybody to sit on their hands. If we have an opportunity to allow our staff to make suggestions, then I think that's good. I don't think the resolution is written properly. It's causing confusion. I would not support any part of this at this point. Do I think that our staff could make some suggestions because we have a lot of legals with LPAT? A lot of those legals are coming from the same group that are pushing them to LPAT, basically, in my opinion. And I think right now our staff are in their busiest season in the planning department. So to ask them to start doing more work on top of their busy season at this time of year is ridiculous. Do I think that we have some opportunities to look at parts of our official plans and bylaws that may need updating? Yes. Right now, I would say that we do not have enough planning staff to even consider starting to write reports on this, not with the busy season with development. Now, maybe the staff could weigh in on that. Maybe we could ask our planning staff, do you have enough staff to even start doing this? Do I think it should be done? Yes. Do we need to sit on our hands for a year and a half? No, we don't. But do we need to be actually asking our staff to spend their time right now in the busiest season to start looking at this? Why are we not doing this in the wintertime when it's quieter? Why would we be pushing them to take them away from what they're supposed to be doing right now with applications that are coming in for development, for the building department, and for permits going through, to start looking at this now? If this was such an important item, then why was this not asked for during the winter months when things are a little bit quieter? I think we're putting way too much pressure on our staff. I do think that we can start looking at things in this next, whatever's left in this term, and it'll continue on, I'm sure, and it should, because again, it is a living, breathing document. But I just think it's ridiculous to ask our staff to start looking into these things, writing reports in the busiest season that they're in right now. So I don't support this at all at this point. A different kind of resolution maybe for down the future, yes, but this one in particular, not at all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see two staff appearing, so Councilor Yanka, I hope you can be patient and we'll let the staff respond first. Who wants to go first? Ms. Gunby.
I always want to go first, Your Worship. I
Well,
just wanted
it's nice to see you. Have we seen you since this meeting started?
No, because you know how I roll. My face pops up when I have to talk, and that's it.
The screen is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a couple things. In the last 3 or 4 years, I can say it's a myth that wintertime is our slow season. We're 24/7 busy season. So it's difficult to state that we ever do have a slow season and we can take this on at any different time. And I did speak with Ms. Lemieux about this last week, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, but if this does get approved, this is something that we would be working with the new planning consultant with, and it wouldn't be our internal staff.
Ms. Lemieux.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Ms. Gumby's statement. I will be being frank to council. The May 11th date, if there would be allowed a little bit of flexibility just due to now the new dates of report deadlines, that would only actually provide us about a 2-week stint to be able to get this done. So again, just being completely realistic, being able to potentially maybe take out the date and just say, appropriate council resolution to the soonest possible, something along those lines to give us a little bit more time potentially. I would absolutely be supportive of that. But again, if council does request that date, so be it. But maybe a couple weeks flexibility might do everybody good, being able to bring in the new consultant on this matter. But I will leave that to council.
Thank you. Councilor Yanko, followed by Councilor Jarvis.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think with the way this resolution is written right now, I think we're going to have a problem getting full support for it. You're going to end up having a split council on this particular resolution. What I might suggest is that in May, bring back a clear resolution saying, hey, we got to update our zoning bylaws and our official plan. And here's what we suggest we do. We got to hire a consultant. We're going to have to put some money in the budget next year. And obviously we want to know what that's going to cost. And here are some good examples of why we should be updating our bylaws and official plan. That type of resolution, I think, would get probably unanimous support. But I think the way it's written right now, you're going to get a split report. As to the number of LPAT applications that we have, I believe we're going to get more because basically we've asked our planning staff to take a harder line on some of our applications. And I think as a result of that harder line, we'll probably end up at the LPAT more. But I think we got to make a line in the sand for some of the regulations we have and so on. So I think that's a separate issue. But if they want to bring a clear, distinct resolution back next month with specifically saying we need to update our regulations, I think you'll get unanimous support for that. But the way it's written right now, I don't think you're going to get a split council on it.
Thank you. There's no doubt in my mind we're going to get a split council on this, but it wouldn't be the first time we had a vote on a split council. Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, notwithstanding, I'm just looking at the comments made by our planning department just now, Victoria. I presume May 12th is probably no better than May 11th for a date to come back to us. But I think we should be putting a date in at least for an update maybe, so that we have some idea of what's coming forward. I'm in agreement with comments made by Councillors Hazelton and Cooper. And I think there's significant misunderstanding of what's being proposed here. A lot of reading between the lines, as people have suggested. I'm very sorry to see that's happened. I don't think what we're trying to do here is limit, prohibit, or reduce the amount of business contractors and builders and other developers are doing or proposing to do within our municipality. I think what we're trying to do is just provide better guidance. And I'm very perplexed that we have this rift that is developed in council as a result of what I would suggest is misinformation coming around regarding this resolution. Perhaps I don't know what the options are, but quite frankly, other than changing the date and putting it up like an update in there and then a date for something to come to council, I'm very much in favor of this resolution.
All right, now I'm not going to go to round 3 yet. I'm going to make a few comments. And I respect what Councillor Wienko suggested about a split council, and I think a split council is unfortunate in something like this. And so I'm going to make a proposal. We take this resolution and we wipe out sections 2 and 3. So we're going to have 0 reference to an interim control bylaw at this moment. And we simply leave the resolution as is, that we're basically asking council, be it resolved that council directs staff to prepare the following, which is draft terms of reference for a potential study of land use policies. We already know that Ms. Lemieux is probably going to come back and say, well, here's what we're going to ask our consultant to do, or something like that. So my suggestion to us, and I'll allow a third round of conversation here before all the hungry stomachs make too much noise. My suggestion to us is to take this resolution, get rid of parts 2 and 3, and then ask council to come back in the next month or 2 maximum with a recommendations with regards to a potential study on policies. In other words, I'm going to stick to the words in parts 1. I mean, actually, the resolution in front of me has a couple of different part 1s and parts 2, so I'm not quite sure. I see 2 part 2, so I think it's because 2 part 1, 2 part 2. It's a little bit confusing, but having said that, keep the first half of the resolution and get rid of the second half, or in other words, I think let's have one more round, and after the end of the round, I'll call a vote one way or another. But what if we took this, cut this resolution in half, got rid of any reference to interim control bylaws at this point, and just simply ask council to draft terms of reference for a potential study, basically. I've seen Councillor Bochuk's hand up first, and I got Cooper and Councillor Douglas at this point.
I am in agreement with you, Mr. Mayor, on those points. I will suggest that the changes be made to the existing resolution, and that resolution be read in full, and then a recorded vote be asked for. I'm requesting a recorded vote for the reason that if I vote against this resolution, that way the public will know that I'm not included when they make mention of council. So if we change the resolution to read the way the mayor has requested, the resolution be read out in full, and there's a recorded vote, and I think that's the fair way of moving forward with this. I'm sorry, you're muted, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. You knew it had to happen at least once. So now I have Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Wienko.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier. And in the interest of moving this forward, you know, I can certainly deal with the interim control bylaw aspect, although I would like to see some verbiage in there that asks our staff to consider if there's any reason or merit to having an interim control bylaw to deal with some very specific matters. So you know, you can pull out 2 and 3, but we shouldn't be limiting what our staff are going to come back to us with. And so that's where I sit on that. I'm happy to see the date change to June. report coming back then, remembering what our staff have told us about this is going to be outsourced. So what we're really looking for is staff to come back and say, here's what we think you want, here's what we think we need, and let's get on with life. So, and I'd like to see a recorded vote, and I'd like to call the question, sir, very soon, because I think this is an important matter and we need to deal with it. So my only disagreement with your slight modification, friendly modification, would be that we don't put limitations on what our staff come back to us with. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. One of two things, pull the 2 and 3 out and that can be considered once it's read, or I also like Councillor Wanko's suggestion of doing a new resolution for next month that actually has less of what's in this one that's so confusing, because it is written in a very confusing way.
Councillor Wanko.
Well, if you don't want to come, if you're not supporting the idea of coming back next month with a clear, distinct resolution, I would definitely like to see some changes made to this resolution. We keep talking about policies and procedures. The words updating our bylaws and official plan are not mentioned here at all. So I think it has to be, if the idea is that we're going to hire a consultant and go through the 10-year process of reviewing our bylaws and official plans, which I think we're supposed to be doing, those words should appear in here someplace. It could be under the second point there where we talk about protocols and procedures. It should be bylaws and official plans that we're trying to update. And I have no problem with that. And again, I think if we have any major issues, and we keep talking about this interim control bylaw, if we have any issues that we want to put an interim control bylaw, that should really come from our planning committee. If they've got an issue out there that they feel is going to take a year or so to resolve, they're the ones that should come to council saying, hey, this issue is important. We'll take a little time to do it. We need an interim control bylaw. And then I might agree that we would have one. But just to say to have an interim control bylaw while we're reviewing our official plans and our bylaws, no, you'll never get my approval for that. But if you're adamant in passing this today, I want the words in there that we're going to be reviewing or updating our bylaws and official plans.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Amazing how much confusion can be can come out of a resolution. I'd be happy with the interim control bylaw portions of this being pulled out. I think it would be understood by our planning department that they chose to come back to us with a recommendation which included an ICB, then we could look at it in that context. So I have no issue with that amendment, Mr. Mayor. Again, I see no issues with this resolution. I see no conflict with what's going on development-wise in our municipality at this time. I don't see this hurting anybody. I see this as being clarifying a situation that we need clarified. So let's move ahead with it.
All right, Councillor Hazelton, and then we're going to come to some form of conclusion here.
So not in a negative way, but I'm going to throw our lawyer under the bus for 1 second. This was written by a lawyer, and if it's difficult to read or understand, it's probably because it was written by a lawyer. And we're not all lawyers, so we don't understand it. Clearly, as I said at the beginning, this was not written by me. This was our legal counsel taking ideas that I had, completely changing them and creating a resolution that he felt was appropriate. And I'm okay with the wording. I think that taking out points 2 and 3 might be okay, except that the first line, the first phrase of line 2, which is an accompanying report with recommendations on the advisability of carrying out such a study. So the first part is prepare draft terms of reference for a potential study, and then a report advising of the relevance of carrying out the study. I think that's important. Taking out from the word "and" the rest of that section in point 2 and all of point 3, based on what I'm hearing, that might make sense. And to reflect Councillor Wienko's comments, in the first line, it talks about the draft terms of reference for a potential study of land use policies, including, you could just put in there, including OP changes and zoning bylaw amendments related to the relevant blah, blah. So, and you could incorporate with a couple of minor changes here, everything that Councillor Wienko was looking for, and remove all of the concerns that other councillors might have had. And I think we might have a win.
Okay, I'm going to ask Ms. Lemieux, Ms. Way, and Ms. Gunby to weigh in with Ms. Lemieux first, and then Ms. Way, I'm going to have a couple questions for you. Ms. Lemieux.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to chime in here and say that staff did review this resolution that our legal counsel did help draft. The purpose of that was to make sure, given the topic of it, staff and legal counsel wanted to make sure that whatever resolution was passed was an actionable resolution, that staff could actually make sure that we hit all the points. And again, if it did lead to an ICB, that it would be justified. I believe taking out, as Councillor Hazelton mentioned, taking out the remainder of number 2 that does speak to the ICB, as well as number 3, I think is reasonable. But I did want to mention too, that we have our CAO here, myself, the clerk. This is recorded. Our consultant will be reviewing this entire meeting. So as much as, whichever wordsmithing council wishes to do in this resolution is fine, and so be it, that's no problem. But I do want to just point that staff are well aware that even the terms of reference draft that would be reviewed may in fact be, again, depending on staff's review and our recommendation, and we will provide different options to council. One of them might well be the official plan and the rezoning reviews need to be done now. That might be an option. So I just wanted to clarify that staff are hearing all these comments. Our consultant and legal team will also hear all these comments. It is being recorded. So just hopefully that gives some council members a peace of mind that your comments will be heard by everyone that's going to be doing this work. And the report will not come back until all of that is reviewed. So just in the sense of wordsmithing, because I know it can get a bit confusing for everybody, but we are hearing all of your comments.
All right. I have a question for Ms. Way, if I could. And that is, I believe I heard Councillor Cooper ask for a vote. And I don't know if that officially counts as, do we have to take a vote on the resolution as is, even though I let everybody else finish the round? Where are we from a clerky point of view with that remark of Councillor Cooper?
I don't think he necessarily meant it eminently, as in right now, but you still have to officially call the vote and no one else has that right or control. We've had 2 requests for a recorded vote. The first one from Councillor Bochek, the second one from Councillor Cooper. So that only comes into play once the vote is actually been called, which we're not there yet. Does that answer that question?
Yes. Because I didn't know what power somebody like Council, and I'll use Councillor Cooper as the example now, what power they have to shut down conversation and just call the vote for what's in front of us.
I'm completely powerless.
Well,
that makes it easy.
I have made some tweaks to the resolution based off some of the comments that might make it slightly easier to read. I do have 2 and 3 left in because it's easier to take something out than it is for me to put it back in. If you would like me to share my screen, Your Worship.
Well, I have 2, in my mind, there's 2 possibilities. One is that we call the vote on the current resolution, possibly with a modification or two, as you may suggest, Ms. Way. The second is that we break for lunch and come back in half an hour. And at that point, have a modified resolution prepared by you with the assistance of Ms. Lemieux and Ms. Gunby to consider. Whether that's worth having a lunch break to come up with a shorter, more clearer resolution, I'm not sure what council's wish may be. I'm quite certain that the current resolution in all likelihood will fail. Councilor Wienko.
No, I think that's a great idea. Like say, it is confusing right now. A shorter, simpler one saying we're going to be reviewing our bylaws and official plan, something to that effect, I think would get everybody's support. But right now, it's a little too much lawyering.
I'm afraid that's my opinion as well at this moment. And that's with all due respect to staff and lawyers, but sometimes lawyers are too busy covering every aspect of the law as opposed to getting straight to the point. And I think the point here is very simply that be it resolved that council directs staff to prepare the following for council consideration, draft terms of reference for potential study of land use policies. I mean, it's almost that simple. So I think what I'm going to do, and I'm hoping with the approval of everyone on screen, is call for a lunch break, reconvene at 1:15, and at that point have a shortened resolution for our consideration. And other than a bit of wordsmithing, we're not going to debate it anymore. And then I'll call the vote on that shortened resolution. All right, I'm getting enough thumbs up that I'm going to say, let's break for lunch and let's reconvene at 1:15. And I apologize to staff for giving you homework while you're having lunch. I hope it doesn't give you too much indigestion. Thank you very much.
It looks like Mr. Mayor found a barber that was open.
Brian, I hear you got your COVID vaccination booked.
Yes, I did. I'm very happy about it. I just wish my wife could have booked hers, but she's just a young one, so she's gonna have to
So
wait.
when is yours?
April the 28th is my first, and August the 18th is my second one.
Yeah, I got
And
mine
they're both-
yesterday, my first jab yesterday.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of mine are
My next one's on
Pfizer.
August the 1st.
Yeah, did you get the Pfizer?
The Pfizer, yeah. Yeah, funny thing is, I also booked with Shoppers Drug. And if I had gone to Beaverton last Wednesday, I could have got the AstraZeneca. But no, I've had the Pfizer.
Right on. Can't wait.
Okay, hopefully everybody else should show up pretty soon. I hope I didn't give you too much indigestion, Ms. Way. I know it was rude.
So I have nothing
Rude.
in my teeth. That's my.
Mm. It's a cruel job you took on.
You don't want me to get hangry, that's for sure.
Rather not. All right, it looks like everybody has returned. I'm presuming staff is with us because they don't always show them. Well, they're showing their faces, still having their lunch. All right, so the way I left it was you were going to propose to us a shortened version or more straightforward or whatever you want to call it. No lawyers involved version of the resolution, and then we'll see whether we can just call the vote on that and move on, because we're taking our time with this meeting, that's for sure. So council, what we have in front of us is a significantly shortened resolution, which I will now read. Be it resolved that council directs staff to prepare the following for council's consideration. 1, draft terms of reference for a potential study of land use policies inclusive of the official plan and zoning bylaw related or relevant to waterfront, lakeside, shoreline development, including A determination to define areas within the municipality where such study is appropriate. B, the use of appropriate supporting consulting expertise. And C, stakeholder consultation, including cottage associations and other community groups who have been proactively involved in the planning process in the township. 2, an accompanying report with recommendations on the advisability of carrying such a study and associated timelines. And 3, an accompanying report identifying the use and impacts of land use planning controls. And that staff bring forward recommendations with respect to the foregoing, including any appropriate council resolutions to the June 14th, 2021 Planning Council meeting. And the council further directs staff to prepare for council's review and consideration a report outlining recent and or proposed improvements to the township protocols and procedures for administering the process for township review of land use planning development applications. Council. I'm going to let you read it a second time. I'm going to let everybody make a comment, and then I'm going to call the vote so we can move on. All right, let's start with Councillor Bocheck. I think your hand went up first.
think it may have been Councillor Cooper, but I'll speak. I just want to congratulate staff and the way this has been reworded so that it is palatable, and that my only concern would be item number 3, and item number 3 I could be interpreting incorrect, and that is, are we looking there for staff to come back with control measures of planning, including an interim control bylaw? Is that what that's really saying, or am I misreading it?
Ms. Lemieux.
Through your worship to Councillor Bocheck. So that item in the resolution would essentially just trigger staff to provide you with our opinion on any other type of controls, which might be an ICB for a specific instance, or again, just maybe a full review of the OP and zoning bylaw. That piece of the resolution is just going to trigger us to provide a report on what we believe would be the best route forward for council, and provide options.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Wienko, please.
Thanks, Victoria. And I think you've answered my question. Essentially, this is much more succinct, but you have the same latitude as you had before. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
I rest my case. Thank you.
Councillor Wienko.
I'm surprised that this resolution only is a partial review of our bylaws and official plan. It's not a full review. I don't know how comfortable I am with that. I guess I should wait for the report, but I thought we should probably have a full review of our bylaws and official plans every 10 years and just not a partial one. So I'm not quite sure where they're going on that. Maybe Victoria, give us some ideas of what you mean by partial.
So through your worship to Councillor Wienko, when we say partial, obviously the most the items that obviously some members of council and staff have seen issues with are typically the waterfront, whether it be internal waterfront or Georgian Bay waterfront type of development. Of course, there are other policies in our official plan related to, the urban centers, things like that, that do need to be reviewed. And the township does have to go through that full review process in the next year or so. This is more just looking at those particular ones. Is there anything that we can do as a township prior to that full review, if it makes sense to do it prior to the full review, based on specific shoreline development, because that's what's causing the concerns that the councillors who initiated this request raised. So there will be a full 10-year review of the OP that has to happen, as you noted, per legislation. It's just a matter of right now, these are kind of the most hot button issues to see what could maybe be done in the interim to help some concerns that were raised.
Okay, well, I think it's important, and when you come back with a report, is to indicate where the planning committee fits in on this, because my understanding is those contentious issues that we have are presently sitting with the planning committee, and since they haven't met, those issues have not been resolved. But I was thinking that the planning committee was doing a lot of this stuff anyway, or should be doing a lot of this stuff. So I guess in your report, you'll indicate what role they're going to play in this whole thing, if at all.
That absolutely, the planning committee's responsibilities and role in this whole process will absolutely be identified in the report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff for rewriting that in a little bit clearer terms. I just have one question though. I'm kind of curious. After an hour of discussion, it came out that our township lawyer wrote that resolution. Who's actually putting this resolution forward? Is it coming from our staff or coming from councillors, or was this a joint effort and we got our township lawyer involved? I'm a little bit confused on why that took an hour to come out. I think that should have been disclosed to us right from the beginning, and we probably would have cleared up a lot of misconceptions.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think it was noted on the resolution that it was reviewed by staff and legal counsel, but maybe I misread that. So when staff received the resolution from Councillor Hazelton and Councillor Cooper, we read it, and the way it was worded, and Victoria explained this earlier. So the way it was worded, we just wanted to have legal review it just to make sure that we could legally pass a resolution that way it was worded. And the lawyer's recommendation was to change it altogether, but still have the main intent. So that is why the lawyer was involved and sort of rewrote it, and still, I would say 98% captured the intent, just maybe with a couple extra words or fewer words. But it was staff's first responsibility to send it to legal, just to make sure that our butts were covered.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands at the moment. I'm going to propose that the modified resolution be moved by Councillor Hazelton and seconded by Councillor Cooper, as they were the authors of the original, I think, technically. I'm also going to ask, with the prior resolution, both Councillors Bocek and Councillors Cooper asked for a recorded vote. Does either of you or anyone else want a recorded vote on this, or should we just have a normal vote? Councillor Hazelton, you're nodding your head. Does that mean you're asking for a recorded vote? Okay, Councillor Hazelton has asked for a recorded vote. Ms. Way, can you put the resolution back on screen and then basically take everyone's vote?
I'm actually going to note the record to show that Councillor Bocek asked for the recorded vote first.
Oh, but this is a different resolution, so I
It's
didn't know what.
an amended version of that resolution.
Okay, all right. You're the clerk, not me.
Can everyone see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Let the record show that Councillor Bocek requested a recorded vote. Councillor Bocek, how do you vote? You're muted, sir.
I'm sorry. Yes, yay.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Aye.
Councillor Douglas, how do you vote? I'm sorry, I didn't hear your vote, Councillor Douglas.
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yay.
Councillor Wayenko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the record show that the motion carries.
All right, well, thank you very much. Before I go any further at this point, I would like to thank our staff. Councillor Hazelton?
I'll let you finish your statement, then I'd like to make a statement. Thank you.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to share a huge concern that I have about people reading between the lines. And as a point of proof, I would like any councillor who thought that there were nefarious ideas in my attempt to bring this resolution forward to speak to our CAO or our Director of Planning, who have the original copy of the resolution that I provided, where my exclusive focus was to do as I highlighted earlier, which is to try to find a way to save the township's costs of defending matters at LPAT, where we have planning decisions or recommendations that are separate and different from what committee adjustment and council decisions are. And so that was my exclusive focus. You can read my resolution if you want with from Jessica or Victoria, but the innuendo and the reading between the lines is completely out of control, and it disgusts me that we have a council group who are doing this and reading between the lines when I and other councillors are just seeking to get us to a better place and reduce the costs that we are incurring at LPAT. Thank you.
Okay, I want to make two observations. The first one is I think we should all be extremely thankful, extremely grateful of how much support we're getting from staff. I don't think any of us fully appreciate the crap we put them through sometimes, the work we make them do, how they can't even have their lunch because I give them homework. And they're working all hours of day and night, and I can tell by the emails, even though the CAO says, well, they shouldn't be responding outside of regular hours. I can tell you that many of them do, including the CAO. And I think we have to show more respect for our staff than we sometimes do, and more appreciation. The second thing, and I think I appreciate the observation Councillor Hazelton made, but I want to emphasize to all of us, it goes both ways. All of us are guilty, some more than others. All of us are guilty of not keeping to the topic, but rather going off, and whether it's personal asides or exaggerated responses or what have you, we're all guilty. I don't know about you, but in the past year, too many people in my family and too many of my friends have died. And whenever somebody dies, you get a certain perspective of what's important and what's not important. We should be working at making this a better township going forward, and not attacking each other, not going off on tangents, not repeating things. We should actually get down to business of trying to make our township a better place. And sometimes I think all of us forget that. We take far too long in these meetings, repeating ourselves, getting all caught up in things instead of just getting down to business and moving on. Mini rant over. Thank you. Next, we go into closed session, which means I get to read a lengthy resolution, and I can calm down while I read it. Moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following section of 239(2). A, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, re 109 Ravine Way. Same thing for Part B, but re Development Services Report 2021-22, LPAT Appeal, Kings Farm Road. Now be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay moves into a closed session of Council at 1:32 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.